I'll give
Lawrence
her to the
and-
Watkins Museum.
Yes. I think that's just awesome. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Good evening. Welcome to the November 21st, 2023 Lawrence City Commission meeting. We will start off tonight with some instructions from our city clerk, Sherry.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. To minimize distractions during the meeting, please silence your cell phone. For those attending virtually, please ensure you are muted and your video is off when you are not actively participating in the meeting. The city reserves the right to turn videos off or mute virtual participants. The meeting is being recorded and broadcast on the city's YouTube channel and cable channel 25. When the mayor calls for public comment, please approach the podium to indicate you wish to speak. Those participating virtually should use the raise hand function to indicate they wish to speak. Please leave your virtual hand raised until you are called on. If you have any trouble, you can send a chat. All chats go directly to the meeting host. Please state your name before speaking, and all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Sherry. We will begin with item A, which is to approve the agenda. The City Commission reserves the right to amend, supplement, or reorder the agenda during the meeting. Are there any commissioners that would like to change the agenda? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Passes 5-0. On to proclamations. We have a proclamation today for the small business, and I believe we've got a couple of folks that are going to talk. Come on up.
My name is Andrew Holt. I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Lawrence, Inc. And Mayor Larson, fellow city commissioners, and city team, we want to thank you for recognizing Small Business Saturday and small businesses and its importance and meaning to the community. And we just wanted to say a few words. First of all, I think it's been very well documented the importance of small businesses to the economy, the fact that small businesses provide the majority of jobs to our economy, and that they provide the majority of revenue to our economy, which is extremely important, and we echo that overwhelmingly and resoundingly. But I do want to take a few moments to just talk about the importance of this day, Small Business Saturday. and our appreciation of you recognizing it. There is Black Friday was created for shopping centers and malls and big box stores, and Cyber Monday was made for online shopping and big box stores. But Small Business Saturday was made for the independent business owners, and especially those on main streets and in downtowns, for they are the fabric of the community. And that was and is the importance of Small Business Saturday. And it is something that rings very true, because when we shop at a small business on Main Street, the business owners and the people who work there, they are our community members. They are our neighbors. And when we shop at small businesses on Main Street in downtown, the people we see at the stores and in the restaurants are our fellow community members and our neighbors. And Main Street in downtown is the public space, the meeting space. It's where our parades happen. It's where our events happen. It's our identity. It's our link to our past. It's a link to our future. And I can't imagine a community like Lawrence where there would be no place to go. There'd be no restaurant to go where you have your favorite server who you've become friends with. There'd be no coffee shop where you go with your friends and have your favorite drink. Going to the store where you have that unique owner who gives you more insight than you could ever get online, or just that feeling that you get when you go into that store or that restaurant. I can't imagine a community where that's gone and there's no human connection and there's no place to go. So that's why this day and every day, it's very important to support small businesses, but particularly in downtowns and main streets. So thank you very much for recognizing this day. And also, I just want to say that we appreciate profoundly the support of this community for the small businesses and downtown. And we also profoundly appreciate the support of this city. This city truly cares about its downtown. And to talk a little bit more about that, I'm going to hand it over to our board president, Pat Watkins.
Thank you, Andrew. Commissioners, my name is Patrick Watkins. I am on the board of Downtown Lawrence, Inc. It's our business association downtown. I'm also a small business owner downtown at 1031 Vermont. Andrew said it very well. We have so much to be proud of downtown. The list would be exhaustive and too much for a meeting tonight, but every day, individuals in our community come to downtown, and we have shop owners that are willing to risk their livelihood by opening and maintaining small businesses downtown. That is the fruits of a lot of work. One of the things that we can be proud of, though, is our relationship and our partnership with the city. You beautify the right-of-way, you plan for the future development of the city and the downtown, you support the efforts of small businesses, and it's greatly appreciated. So on behalf of our board, on behalf of small business owners downtown, thank you for your continued leadership. Our work is not done downtown, but we greatly appreciate our partnership.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. All right, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes the value and importance of small businesses to the health and sustainability of the local, regional, and national economy. In Lawrence's local small businesses help preserve the uniqueness of the community and give us a sense of place in our community, should work to empower and support businesses owned by our friends and our neighbors. Share joy and shop small year-round. And whereas Downtown Lawrence, Inc. participates in the nationally recognized Small Business Saturday Saturday that takes place on Saturday, November 25th, and all holiday season long, to encourage residents to support the local business community, first as part of their annual holiday shopping traditions, and whereas Downtown Lawrence, Inc. and the City of Lawrence are both working to create an environment which is safe, fun, and festive for the holiday shopping and entertainment season. Now, therefore, I, Lisa Larson, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim November 25th, 2023 as Small Business Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to public comment. General public comment. The public is allowed to speak on issues or items that are not scheduled for discussion on the agenda. Comment should be limited to issues and items germane to the business of the governing body. The commission will not discuss or debate these items, nor will the commission make decisions on items presented during this time. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any general public comments from the room? Online? Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Bring it back to the commission. Move on to the consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and approved by one motion. Members of the governing body may remove items for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public may remove items as quasi-judicial for separate discussion if desired. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. Are there any commissioners that would like to have any item removed for further discussion off the consent agenda? Commissioner Sellers, no? Okay, I'll ask for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Have a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Passes 5-0. All right, we'll move on to the work session. Now, our work session provides an opportunity for the City Commission to discuss items in greater detail. The Commission will take no binding action on items presented during this time. Work session topics are eligible for public comment. Members of the public will be limited to 3 minutes for comments. We will start with receive asset management update from the asset management team, including a review of the policy and asset management strategy. We getting it?
The mouse is going crazy.
I'm sharing your screen.
Oh, okay.
You just hit from beginning from here and you're good to go.
Can you change that to presentation mode?
Try hitting from beginning and let's hope that does it. If not, I don't actually do presentations, so I'm stuck on this one. Look, you got it. You got
Okay.
it.
Okay. Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager with the City of Lawrence. Sorry about that delay. Before we get started, I just wanted to thank Jason Peak with JEO Consulting Group and Rod Lovely with Withers Ravenel and their team. They put in a lot of hours and a lot of work on behalf of the City of Lawrence. It was, about 18 months of putting together this policy and this strategic asset management plan, and I believe Rod might be online if he wants to introduce himself.
Sure. It's a pleasure to be here, Darren. Great to see you again and see this coming to this presentation with the Commission. It's been a great experience from us consultants, but for the most part, this is about the city. And our job was primarily to facilitate and help with the educational process, as asset management is a rather new type of approach for the city. And so we came in with that level of expertise, but everything that you see here has been produced by the city employees. We worked with, I believe, over 80 staff in all participated in the development of these asset management documents. So my thanks goes to the city for the great experience, for the engagement and the commitment that you have demonstrated towards asset management.
Thanks, Rod. So we'll get started, and I just wanted to start with the question. And do you know that you're responsible for approving the funding to work on an estimated $4.3 billion in infrastructure? Because we didn't know that when we started this project. It took several weeks of going through the different divisions and kind of determining replacement costs to get close to this number. It's probably low, but that's the number that we came up with out of this work, and that's a lot of money that we're responsible for, and a lot of assets that we have out there. We want there's a lot of technical information in these reports, so what we really want you to take away from this is kind of why are we developing an asset management program? What's our current assessment look like, and what are our next steps with this program? So what is asset management? We have some bullet points here that mean some things, but really it's down to kind of what level of service is expected and desired by internal staff in the community. What infrastructure do we have that delivers that service? And how do we provide that service while minimizing risk and managing cost? And those are kind of like the really big bullets of why we're doing that. We really want to be able to manage our short-term, but even more importantly, our long-term costs, which has really been something that a lot of cities have failed to do, is look at the long-term impact that our decisions today make. And, why are we developing asset management? We have some more bullets here. We want to make informed decisions on kind of the work we do. But it's really about transitioning from managing our assets to asset management. And I know I'm just transposing words here, but really what that means is we're really focused on short-term costs. What something costs today? And asset management really takes that to looking at the long-term value of that decision that we make on what we fund. We're really looking at environmental factors and social factors and financial factors and how that looks 10, 20, 30, 40 years out. When we're managing assets, we're collecting data. When we're doing asset management, we're actually using that data, and we're making decisions based on that data. We might be looking at a year-to-year budget or a 5-year CIP. With asset management, we're really trying to look at the long-term financial stability of the city. Not just 5 years out, not just this year, but 10, 20, 30 years out. What does that look like? Do we see that we might have a shortfall in 30 years from now? We have a lot of infrastructure that might start to be deteriorating to the point where we replace it. We need to have a plan in place before 30 years comes up so we don't end up in a major budget shortfall. And then, department performance. A lot of times we get siloed in our department or our division, and asset management is really about optimizing the resources across departments and sharing those and collaborating between them. So asset management is a strategy within sound fiscal stewardship. And I think through this presentation, towards the end, when we get to our objectives, you'll see that it is part of sound fiscal stewardship in connected cities, but it really resonates with a lot of other areas as well, not just in sound fiscal stewardship. So we're going to get on to the project scope here. So this is a typical asset management program. It kind of all starts from the strategic plan. We go into development of a policy. You have lots of different assessments, larger documents. We get into asset management plans, and then the implementation of those plans, and continued. And the arrow back around is, continued improvement on the program. So the scope of this project really kind of falls within this box here. The two main objectives with this project was to develop the policy as well as the strategic asset management plan, which is like a high-level overarching kind of state of where we are as far as how ready are we to do asset management and what does our current assets look like. Within this scope, we focused on 12 infrastructure categories, so we didn't get all of the city. These divisions really align with the CityWorks project that we have going on in that implementation. So that was why we chose these specific divisions to follow along with that implementation with CityWorks. Within those infrastructure categories, we have at least 85 different asset types. So, pipes, roads, 85 different types of assets that we looked at throughout this project. And, while we don't have, you won't see like fire med or police in here, their vehicles are part of fleet in that assessment. So a lot of their infrastructure is involved in this assessment. It's just they're not, some of the other equipment that they might utilize is not. So the first thing that we tackled last summer was the asset management policy. And the importance of the policy is it really provides a guidance for how we want to develop our asset management program. It kind of lays out the principles, kinds of aligns it with the strategic plan of the city. And it really lays out the general governance of how we want to, set forth the structure, having the different teams and the people involved in the project is kind of laid out in that policy document. This policy is so if the strategic plan is ever changed, revised, thrown away, and a new one's developed, this policy would then be reviewed again to make sure that it keeps that alignment with whatever the strategic plan is in place at that time. And we'll also do a review of this every 2 to 3 years as well, just to make sure that it's still aligning with what we want to accomplish. So within our asset management policy, we have 12 main principles. Each of these principles we dive a little bit further deeper into it inside the policy, but I just wanted to display the 12 main principles. So the needs of the community will be addressed at the lowest cost of ownership to the extent possible. Asset management is an adaptive management system. Investments in city staff are essential. Asset management requires an integrated, holistic, and systemic approach. And all asset management activity is smart, and fiscal stewardship is essential, are the first 6. And the last 6 principles are condition and performance assessments provide the basis for informed decisions. Risk is a consideration in all asset management decisions. Data stewardship provides the foundation for knowledge-based decision-making. Innovation and continuous improvement are a part of our culture. All decision-making considers long-term sustainability and resiliency, and national and international asset management standards provide our guidance. And that last one is kind of key, because in the United States, we're really far behind. Europe, Australia, New Zealand, they've been doing this for 20, 30 years, and we're just kind of getting on the cusp of it. So we're really far behind, so even Canada, we're catching up, and so using a lot of the stuff that they've developed will be kind of beneficial to us in looking at what others have done. So now we'll dive into the strategic asset management plan, and we're breaking this out into 4 parts, kind of the 4 different assessments that were done during this project. And the first part is the readiness assessment. And with the readiness assessment, it's an exercise, and we met with all of different divisions, departments, as well as kind of the coordination team to kind of determine where we are right now as a city, and different divisions determining where they are, as well as what our goals are. Now this spider graph, there's a lot of information on the spider graph, I realize that. So the dark areas are kind of where we're at, where we feel we're at, and then the lighter areas are where we want to be. And these are kind of targets for the next 3 to 5 years. And so I really just want to highlight the areas where you'll see a lot of stuff is like we're reaching for the stars, everything's a 5, but there's some areas where we're not. And I kind of wanted to highlight those to kind of give you why we don't think that we could reach a level 5 in the next 3 to 5 years. So with budgets and financial planning, you know, to achieve like the highest levels, it would require the development of long-term financial plans, 20 years or more. We don't think that that's something that we can accomplish in the next 3 to 5 years. It's a lot of work. So, you know, that's a goal that we would have eventually down the road, but we realize in the next 3 to 5 years, we're trying to be realistic that a 20-year CIP or a 20-year financial plan is probably not in the cards right now. When we get to asset management accountability, to reach the highest levels on that, it would require us to update all job descriptions with asset management requirements within their job description. And there are a lot of jobs and a lot of descriptions within the city, and we're probably not going to be able to modify every job description to make sure that it mentions asset management as part of what they do. We think a better approach for that is to have make sure everybody's aware of what they're doing and how it works within asset management, not necessarily having to put it in their job description, but having training as opposed to, you know, putting this in your job description that's something that they might not even look at it. With resourcing and commitment, this would require a commitment from City Commission to continue to fund and improve asset management practices. While we hope this is the case, we understand that, you know, other priorities might be more important, and that funding might not always be there to move the program to the next step, like right away. So we left that as a 4, knowing that, you know, that's not something that we can completely rely on. When we get to training and development, again, this one, to reach a level 5, it's really going out to needing, you know, specialized treatment for every position within the organization on asset management, and we don't think that that's a viable thing that we can provide specialized training in the next 3 to 5 years for everybody. Again, this would be where those more modified training sessions and making people aware of what they're doing and why they're collecting the information that they are. And then the last one that's not at a 5 is that external communication and knowledge sharing. To reach a level 4 and 5, it's really looking for us to be like really big subject matter experts, and we're going out to our peers and we're basically showing them how to do asset management. And we really want to do that. We're still learning ourselves, and so 3 to 5 years, are we going to be at that point where we're going to be those, you know, spearheads that tell everybody else, you know, how they should start up their programs and everything? We want to be there, but, you know, 3 to 5 years, we're still going to be developing our own asset management. While we do presentations, and I'm a part of the Kansas City APWA chapter for asset management, we're still probably not going to be that spearhead for the next few years. So that's why that one's at a 3 instead of a 5. Part 2 is the state of the infrastructure. So I kind of want to, when people hear state of the infrastructure, a lot of times they're probably thinking of just a condition of what we have out there. What this is really talking about is not only the condition, but there's a lot of other characteristics. There's the capacity. Are we meeting the demands that we have? Do we have the correct funding level for the different divisions? What are the future needs? Do we have a feeling that we can meet the future needs of the citizens on what that infrastructure needs to deliver? You know, operation and maintenance. Do we have enough staff? Do we have the right equipment to actually operate and maintain what we have? Is what we have good for public safety? Are there concerns? Is it resilient? Do we feel like the critical services are going to have minimum consequences for public safety and health? And innovation, you know, what new technologies are out there? Are we looking at them? Can we afford them? Lots of other things. So there's a lot that goes into the decisions when we're talking to divisions about what the state of their infrastructure is. So we're using the ASCE report card for America's infrastructure, and I kind of just wanted to go over a couple of their grades. A is exceptional. We've got good funding, our assets are in really good condition, or we have a really good financial funding plan in place to fund those for now and in the future. B is very similar to that, but there might be concerns about that future funding. Like, funding's good right now, but we know that we need to add some streets or something, and there might not be enough funding to continue to maintain it if we add too much infrastructure. C is kind of mediocre, requires attention. And those are kind of the three I'm going to focus on this slide. And that's really like, everything's kind of okay. We're a little bit underfunded. We have some backlog. The future might not look as bright. So there's some issues, but it's not like horrible or anything. And I think D and F are kind of self-explanatory. So overall, and this is with discussions with a lot of staff members that, going through their assets, so we feel that we're at a C on the state of our infrastructure. Compared to the entire United States, the average is a C minus. So we're a little bit better. But we're on pace with the rest of for the most part, with the rest of the country. Everybody feels that they're kind of in that C minus range for the most part. There's some cities that are better than others, but at least we're not worse than a C, which is, good. This one, you'll probably have fun with this one. There's a lot of information on this chart. It's jam-packed with a lot of information about the current state of our infrastructure, and I want you to focus on three main points. The first column is the overall opinion from the division, from each division on the state of their infrastructure, and this is kind of where that average C came from. So, staff opinion and some data behind it, everybody's at a C, C minus, B minus for the most part. The second point, or the second part I want you to focus on are all these low scores. You see a lot of Ds and a lot of Fs. I want you to know that, these aggregate scores are, related to the data availability and standardization of, criticality and risk and condition and performance and life cycle data and, maintenance cost. So these numbers don't necessarily mean that these divisions don't know what they're doing or don't know the criticality of their assets. It's that it's not documented, it's not in a database, it's not in PDF form, so it's not readily available to others that might need that information. But the staff know it in their heads, they all kind of know what they're doing. And the standardization, again, that is something that there might not be like a standard way to measure, what's most critical in our group, but they know what's most critical. Fleet knows if a fire truck comes into their station that they need to work on the fire truck. But it might not be written down on a piece of paper that the people coming in after everybody retires would necessarily know that. Now, in that case, they would, but in other cases, they might not necessarily know what's most critical and where that data is available at. The high scores, so you will see a lot of A's and B's on here as well. You might also notice that a lot of those are heavily driven by regulation. So when they're heavily driven by regulation, they do have a lot of data availability, a lot of standards are already in place, and so there's some divisions that kind of have that built into their system already because of those regulatory requirements. And that's where a lot of those groups are in good condition because of that. There are still areas, criticality and risk, because we've noticed so many Ds about the data availability. That is an actual separate project that we've kind of started having meetings on to try to get a citywide, risk assessment for each different type of asset. So knowing like, okay, why is this asset more risky, or why is the risk associated with this higher than this one, and putting in those rules in place so we have a standardization across the board. The third part of this is the strategic objectives. So the strategic objectives are kind of higher level objectives that are more citywide. As we develop asset management plans, we'll have different objectives. Those will be more like developing level of service criteria, life cycle models, things of that nature. But these are more citywide, where we need to develop this for everybody. And so I wanted to show, we broke these out in the document to show kind of how not just connected city, not just sound fiscal stewardship, but how these kind of relate and how these can like impact a lot of other areas. Develop efficient and effective processes and engage and empowered teams. Like we can really hit a bunch of different buckets with what these objectives are trying to do. In 2023, a lot of these objectives are already underway. Most of these are part of the CityWorks implementation project. So as we're going through that project, we're putting everything into an accessible data management system and a management governance structure. So a lot of these are being developed in that. I already mentioned using risk for decision making. So that's kind of a separate project that we've started, and we're developing the risk criteria for the different assets. So in the next couple of years, 2024 and 2025, a lot of these still will be kind of part of that CityWorks project, but also some standalone projects as well. Life cycle planning is a really big endeavor that we want to get going. We do have some life cycle models already developed with streets and water distribution, but we would like to take it further and start developing more life cycle models. Those models, we can model out 50 to 60 years and really see the trends and start to see, like, if we have good condition data or good installation data, we can start to see, like, 2035, for example, we might have a lot of stuff that's at the end of its life, and we might need to say, okay, in 2030, we might need to start figuring out what we're going to do, funding-wise, and start putting some money back to start helping facilitate some of those issues that we foresee happening. And that's really what those life cycle models will help us develop is that long-term planning. And if we go out to 2026 and 27, the highlight here is we do have our long-term financial and resiliency planning here. Kind of our goal with this is we would hope by then we can start looking at developing, a 10-year CIP or some kind of long-term financial plan. It might not be that 20 or 30 or 40 year, but get something in there that we can start looking at those longer-term decisions that we might have to make in the future. And the fourth part of the strategic asset management plan is the financial assessment. So this is where that $4.3 billion, or very close to $4.3 billion estimate for replacement cost came from. And this is kind of broken out by the different divisions we talked to, along with putting in the estimated asset. It's a very crude and basic estimated annual investment need. It's not based off a life cycle model, which would be more accurate, but this is more based on how long an asset lives. Different assets live different lives within each of these groups. So we kind of had to calculate this out to kind of get an estimate of how much funding would be needed for each of these different divisions. And I want to specify that this is just for replacements and renewals. This doesn't include O&M. This doesn't include backlog that currently exists. This is just what would need to be funded if we had zero backlog, zero O&M. We're just replacing and renewing assets. There's a lot of caveats to these numbers as well. Fleet, for example, that $68.5 million is assuming that we're replacing with like. It doesn't assume that we're replacing with an electric vehicle or anything else. Their estimates are for light vehicles that could increase light vehicle costs by 30% and heavy vehicles by 47 to 100%. So that number could go up extremely high if we factored in the electric vehicle replacement. Same with facilities. So a lot of facilities are broken out into their different components. So if it's a parks and rec facility, we tried to break out the buildings and facilities to their proper groups. Facilities is also just based off the insurance valuation. So it's not like a true replacement cost. It's more of just an insurance valuation number. And we also haven't had an insurance valuation on every building in the city. So I believe that we're trying to get that done next year to get that evaluation for all buildings. There's more caveats, and they're all in the SAMP, but I don't want to go through them all. I just wanted to go through a couple high-level ones. With that, a financial assessment, our consultants, we worked with our consultants, and they came up with, these are just a couple of the strategies that they put forth that they thought would be beneficial for the city. They believe that moving from a 5-year CIP plan to a 10-year CIP plan would be beneficial. That would be a movement that they would recommend that we work on doing. Developing those life cycle models. Our estimate, we feel, is a pretty good ballpark, but a life cycle model really can take into account the history and condition of an asset and really help us develop a much cleaner and more concise replacement cost on a year-to-year basis, as well as tying in operation and maintenance, as well as major rehabilitation and other work that we would do into a full total cost instead of just a replacement cost. And then the last one is making sure that we utilize replacement and refurbishment costs and not historic depreciation for financial decisions. When we first started doing the financial assessment, we were looking at $500 to $900 million in assets, and we knew that number was not accurate and was not going to be a good number to do financial decisions based on. So that was when we went through a several-week process of working with the divisions to figure out kind of what the replacement costs were for all their different assets. And there's probably a lot of engineers that don't like me because I kept asking them what things cost when they were building their projects. But we did start getting a lot of good numbers and came up with that $4.3 billion. Next steps. So, the 3 takeaways that we started with, why are we developing an asset management program? Managing our infrastructure is a huge undertaking. It's really designed to provide service to our citizens now, but really plan for the future needs of the city and the citizens that live here. Evaluate the current and future risks that we might come across. We've seen a lot of larger cities really falter when it comes to their infrastructure falling apart and not having a plan in place to fix it. We're all a little bit late to the game, but at least the city of Lawrence isn't too late to the game, as some other cities have fallen under the wayside with that. Our city is aging and growing. I've seen a lot of trends. I worked on some of this with the city of Topeka and that post-World War II boom. All those assets that were installed in the 50s and the 40s and the 60s are reaching that end of their life, and it's really time for us to start looking and making decisions now to better place the future of the city. As you kind of saw with our current assessment, our readiness is low, as is most communities. We've got some data, we've got some things started, but we're still kind of at that beginning, that crawling stage right now of asset management. We're all learning a lot, and we've got a lot more to learn. We're at a C as far as how we feel about the state of our infrastructure, and we've got some good goals in place for the next few years as far as our objectives go. And then our next steps. So the next steps are the steering committee, which is the head of the asset management program. The steering committee, it's pretty much comprised of directors or their designee within the city. Their next step is to recommend an asset management coordinator role, and this is kind of a dual role. You would have your normal role, but you would also be coordinating the asset management program. So that is selected by the steering committee as well as associated team members. So that's their next step, is to get that person in place as well as the team in place. That team would then set up focus groups, work with the divisions to, set up the focus groups that would really be the people that develop the different asset management plans, work on life cycle models, things of that nature for each division. We're going to continue the implementation of CityWorks. I believe field operations will be live here in a few months, and the next group to go are facilities, parks and rec, I believe transit and parking. Those are the next groups to be implemented into CityWorks, and then once they are completed next year or early 2025, then the treatment plants and solid waste will be the next to go through the implementation. The treatment plants were ahead, but with their large project they have going out there, they didn't feel they'd have enough time to commit to the implementation right now. And any questions?
Any questions for Darren? Go ahead.
Mayor, can I say this might be one of my top favorite presentations? Maybe in the top 5. I'm going to give you top 5. This is the kind of thing we've been talking about for many years, you especially, Mayor, about how we invest and what we know before we do it so that we don't cost ourselves or our grandchildren, really, 20 or 30 years. Thank you so much.
So I did have a question, Darren. The grading system that you use for the data assessment or assessing the data, do you consider this like your baseline? All this information you've collected now is all your baseline data, and then from here, whether you evaluate yearly, every other year, every 5 years, then the idea is that those grades will go up?
Yes. Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager. So yes. We wouldn't necessarily reassess every year, but we would reassess probably every 3 years. We would go through the same battery of questions that we have for every division and see where they feel that all of that is at that point. So yes, so this document would be updated every 2 to 3 years with a new assessment. With the CityWorks program and working on so many of those objectives, I would believe in 2 to 3 years, a lot of those Ds and Fs and even those Cs are going to start moving into the B category, if not the A category, because by that time we're going to have standardized methods for risk. The condition and performance data will be collected in CityWorks. It's going to be highly accessible to everybody to, look at that condition and performance data. So within 2 to 3 years, once everybody's kind of in that CityWorks program and the implementation is finished, a lot of that stuff is going to be developed. So once we do the reassessment, I see a lot of those scores going way up.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions?
Couple questions real quick. Just curious, I know you said you have a team working on this. I know like when we do the CIP, we have team members kind of grade or review other departments. I mean, are these grades all self-assessments within the departments, or are we making sure we're looking at it from different angles so we're not just having people grade themselves, I guess?
Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager. So each team did grade themselves on their assessments as well as their readiness, and then there was an actual project management team which was comprised of people from all the divisions. It was about 12 to 15 staff that would review everything that the focus groups or the infrastructure groups looked at. So all the results that came from the different divisions were looked at with this project management team, and they could make adjustments or kind of ask questions about why they felt that they were in a certain way. Fleet, for example, when they assessed themselves or their assessment, they felt like the vehicles in the city were probably a strong B. When they looked at their building, it lies in a floodplain. They feel that they don't have enough large bays, so if they have multiple fire trucks come in at once, it becomes an issue with not being able to work on them all. Probably needing more staff as far as being able to handle the workload that comes in at times. So they graded their equipment and their shop as a C, and that's where we got that B- for them. And then that was kind of reviewed with other groups as well. And when we talked with other groups about the vehicles that fleet would manage for them, they would be like, yeah, I would agree that that's, where our vehicle fleet is at.
Okay. And you talked about one of the next steps being a 10-year CIP, which we're excited about the 5-year CIP. How long till we get to a 10-year CIP, do you think?
Well, we have it.
Put you on the spot here.
At Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager. So we have it as just, starting to develop that like in 2028. So we have it as 5 years out before we think that we could, have enough resources to really start that development. That does not mean that it couldn't start sooner. But, I think there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen before we can start to develop, projects maybe out that far. We need a little bit more data behind those decisions as we're trying to, build out that CIP.
Yeah, I'd assume the life cycle information would be important.
Yes.
When you get that done first. Yeah, makes sense.
I had a question. On one of your slides, the financial assessment slide, where you talk about the estimated replacement cost versus the estimated annual investment need. On the estimated annual investment need, you'd indicated $80 million. Is that an investment if we're caught up on all of our maintenance, or is that what it would be today, what we need in order?
That would, Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager. So yeah, that $80 million would be for renewals and replacements only. So yeah, it's not including backlog. So, streets might have a $70 or $80 million backlog right now, and so that's not taking any of the backlog with any of the departments into consideration. It also doesn't take into account like major repairs. So it would take into account the replacement of a road, but it wouldn't be a mill and overlay of a road. So those major repairs and minor repairs and operations and maintenance and backlog are not included. That's just if we have an asset that we need to replace, this is how much we need to fund to replace what we need to replace every year.
Okay. Are you going to have a presence on the website to kind of track, so folks can go on there and track what we're doing with our asset management?
Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager. Yes, so our goal is to have a lot of our KPIs, our level of service, a lot of the stuff that we're developing. Our goal is to have that available for people to be able to view. We haven't developed it yet, but yeah, that would be our goal, is to have a landing spot for the progress of what we're doing.
Okay. I believe Commissioner Sellers has some questions.
Hey, Darren, just have a couple. Going back to the chart where the different departments assess their state of infrastructure, I just wanted to make sure I interpreted this correctly. So we were pretty high as far as regulatory data, compliance data. We were data rich in that regulatory piece, but it looked like not so much in the operational data collection piece. So I guess I wanted to know, just in your thoughts, is that reflective of attrition, of just not having operationalized policies within departments to make sure that we're documenting and tracking certain pieces? How are we rich in data for regulatory compliance, but not so much for our day-to-day operational aspects?
Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager. So a lot of this is, you'll notice a lot of the departments that are scoring higher are the ones that have either have regulatory compliance or they've been in Lucity. So they've been able to track those work orders and track the inspections that they've been doing. The divisions that weren't in Lucity or any other work order management system don't have the records necessarily as easily, it's data availability. So they might have a record, but it could be sitting on a shelf, and me sitting over here in City Hall doesn't have easy accessibility to that record, and it would take some time to be able to find that. So that's kind of where that data availability falls into. The standardized methods is, again, especially with the risk, I think people just kind of inherently know what assets they have are higher priority than others. And so that tends to, they just kind of continue teaching the next person and the next person. But, what if everybody retired at once? That's where this really comes into play, that we want to get that documented and out of a lot of very smart people's heads and onto pen and paper and the PDFs into databases, that, we don't have to worry about word of mouth training. We can provide documents that show not only our staff, but other people, like what our methods are. And so a lot of it really boils down to who's kind of been in work order management systems before. You'll see parking and transit and parks and rec, they have a lot of low scores, and they've traditionally not been in Lucity. They don't have a work order management system, and that's why they're getting one now, so we can start developing a lot of those procedures and inspection methods and everything.
Okay. And then my last question is more of just a curiosity question. I mean, you were talking about the city adopting a life cycle modeling. So do life cycle models, or can they take into account or weigh population size, age of a population trends? Do population trends impact or have impact in the development of life cycle models?
Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager. I could try to answer this, but I see Rod's face on the screen here, and he's been doing this for 30 years or so. So I'll let Rod speak a little bit more on life cycle models, if you don't mind, Rod.
Sure. Life cycle models bring a lot to the table. What I like to look at them as what-if situations, because you can experiment with different strategies in order to achieve the results that you're trying to achieve. By their nature, they have a lot of criteria that's not directly tied to the makeup of the community, but with the right criteria, we could reflect that information in there. So it would take some innovation in order to build that criteria in, but I've been doing this for over 20 years now and come across all types of challenges such as that. And there's always a way. It really boils down to funneling the right type of data in terms of the makeup of the community into the life cycle model so that you can get the types of answers that you're looking for.
Thank you, Rod.
Okay, any other questions?
Yeah, and just had a quick one about criticality and risk data. I know that you're putting together a committee for that. Is that or looking into it specifically? I was just wondering is that typically low, and if it is, how much time does it usually take to bounce back to like a average level or something like that?
Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager. So with the criticality, what we're really trying to develop are methods on how we determine what is a riskier asset, an asset that we can't allow to get to a failure state. If we have a water line servicing a hospital, we don't want to see that get to that 3, 4, it's really getting close to it. It might break, it might not break. We want to address that long before it could ever break, because, a hospital or a dialysis center, that's kind of their lifeblood, is having available clean water. That's all of our lifeblood, but especially for those centers where people rely on that, it's a life or death situation. So what the criticality is trying to determine is, this arterial street, is this more important for us to make sure that we don't have potholes and it's a smooth drive than this local street? Most cases, yes, but maybe that local street is servicing a school. So we're developing extra criteria along with just what you would normally think is the most important asset, with adding in some of those environmental and social aspects into that criteria to have a better, cleaner way to evaluate our assets. Criticality is a value that doesn't change. So once we've kind of determined that criticality, this is a highly critical asset, it's probably always going to be a highly critical asset. Now, we can build in redundancies, and some risk models have a redundancy factor. So if we know that this is a critical facility, we only have one water line going to it, let's make sure we have 2. We can build in redundancy and lower the risk of that of that failure. If that fails, we have a backup. Similar things at the treatment plants. So we have very expensive equipment out there that takes months and months to get in. It doesn't make sense for us not to have a backup, because if it fails, we can't not have our treatment plant working for 6 months as we wait for a part to come in. So there's a lot of, when we see something that's very risky, that's where we can build in redundancy to lower that risk. But once we've assessed a risk, it doesn't change a whole lot.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad to hear about those resiliency measures that we'll be implementing as well.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Nope. This is a public comment item, so I'll open up for public comment. Any public comment from the audience? Any public comment from Zoom?
Clancy Maloney.
Hello, this is Clancy Maloney of the Aviation Advisory Board. I have a question on the replacement value of the airport. I think I recall from your slide it said 16 million. What does that replacement value include?
I believe that would just be the, Darren Haig, Asset and Innovation Manager. I believe that replacement value is just on the runways and potentially a couple of the buildings, but I don't believe all of the buildings out at the airport have had that insurance evaluation yet. So some of the buildings out there are part of that gap that we have as far as not having that valuation done.
Okay, thank you. I think it's going to go up considerably. Thank you.
Any other comment on Zoom?
That's it, Mayor.
All right, bring it back to the commission for any final comments or questions from anybody?
I would just echo quoting Commissioner Shipley's comments. This is a great presentation and something I know you've been working on, and appreciate your work and all our folks working on that. When you talk about things, lowest cost of ownership, innovation and continuous improvement, long-term sustainability and resiliency. I mean, these are things that are the heart of our strategic plan and heart of the work we should be doing. And to have that being worked into all our departments long-term is going to pay off dividends. And so certainly appreciate your work, appreciate the plan, our consultants' work, and I look forward to this, continuing to move on and getting updates as the years go by. I think it'll make a big difference. So thank you.
Yeah, I would echo that, and to Commissioner Finkeldye's point, I look forward to when we can plan 10 years out and, have an accurate assessment of, what our critical needs are and how we want to, what direction we want to go. So, appreciate you.
I think I might just ask the city manager. I was really interested in the spider graph and then also the A to F graph. When you looked at it and you think about the conversations, I think we're all internally having maybe about operationalization of these kind of long-term. What was your reaction? How did you, or Casey, not to pull you in, but the executive team, surely you had a feeling when you saw these.
Well, it's excitement about the data, that we've been building towards, and it's been a huge investment. And so I'm very aware of the data lift. And we've had a lot of systems. We mentioned CityWorks as one, but we've had a lot of systems that we put in place. So, those are the capture points for a lot of the data. These are big investments that are super boring to most of the community, and they're not to you, which is credit to the work that we're doing. These are hard things to get the public to engage in, and so I'm very glad, because this is what does set us up for a successful future, and it allows us the opportunity to make strategic decisions instead of emergency decisions, which is where a lot of people are. So that's just saying I completely support this. This is best practice worldwide, and we are way ahead of a lot of people. Our grade of C, I'm a little skeptical. C minus, I'm a little skeptical of the U.S. Grade, but we need to be better. The other point I think that I was thinking about when the presentation was, Darren answered the question about why some places have better data than others, and I'm excited about that. I'll go back to accreditation. Is also some of the accredited departments are ahead on data. Some of the ones that are working on accreditation are going to be catching up, and this is what you get when you catch up. And I guess my other piece of it is I'm excited to see now how we measure the improvement and we can see when we're investing all of this money in our assets, which you all have supported, the community has supported, $450 million 5-year CIP. I'm excited now we have a measuring device to see actually how those investments give us gains across all of our asset categories. So those are all things that are, are nerdy, but our community has invested in them and been smart about it, and I think that's going to make us just so much better for the future.
Yep. Commissioner Sellers, any other thoughts? So I guess I would just wrap it up. This is great information, as we've all said here. We've worked several years since I've been on the commission on this CIP, beefing up our infrastructure, understanding our infrastructure better. And this piece of the puzzle tells us where we're at today. So that way we can form a better CIP going in the future in the most cost-effective way. So I really appreciate this. So now we get to actually see how we go forward and grade it. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, on to the regular agenda item. G, consider adopting ordinance number 10005 on second and final reading, establishing a neighborhood revitalization area at 1000 New Hampshire Street, and consider authorizing the city manager to execute a cooperative agreement between the city, county, and school district on NRA administration and a performance agreement with the incentive recipient.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Sam Camp, Economic Development Analyst with the City of Lawrence. I'm joining you online this time. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the presentation. Sherry, maybe if you could, since I'm doing it online this time, if you could enable sharing.
Give it a try.
Okay, we're good to go. Thanks, Sharon. So just as a reminder, since it's been a while since the last time we talked about this item, as a reminder to the Commission and to the public, this is the New Hampshire Lots project located at 1000 New Hampshire Street. For general reference, that's the empty lot just east of Maselli's. This is for the neighborhood revitalization area. Typically, we don't bring second readings of ordinances to the City Commission as a regular agenda item. However, since the first reading and the public hearing on the NRA for this property, there have been some changes to the scope of the project that staff thought it was appropriate to address as a regular agenda item for the Commission and for the public. So just a brief overview of the discussion tonight, just a review of the scope change of the project, the analysis of what that change, how that change affects the previous analysis, and then the requested action and next and final steps. So through a lot of this presentation, the changes are going to be highlighted in red text. So as you'll see, the only change in the actual scope or physical aspects of the project is that first floor. It was originally going to be 15,000 square feet of commercial space that was going to be either parsed out or completely open for a variety of different tenants. Since that first public hearing, the applicant has had to redesign the project to make that first floor become live-work units. The draft site plan included in the special use permit application to develop these live-work units has it at about 8 units on that first floor. And just for to give everyone an idea of what we're talking about when we say live-work units, these would be in line with what is over at Penn Street Lofts, which is a previous project of the applicant. So that's in your head. That's what, when we say live-work units, that's what we want you to think of. So as part of that change analysis, changing from that first floor commercial to the first floor live-work, the approximate base tax that the city, county, and school board would receive does not change. As part of the NRA statute, that value is still collected. However, what does change is the approximate increment collected. So that 5%, this is a 15-year 95% NRA. So we would collect that. We would still collect that 5% increment. That decreases by about $900 at the beginning. So changing from $3,500 down to $2,600. and then changing from 54 to 4,500, as well as the rebate changing by about 18 to 20,000 on both ends. So going from 68 to 50,000 and 100,000 to 85,000. The main reason why you'll see these changes is because changing from first floor commercial to first floor, what we anticipate to be residential live work can technically be classified as either wholly or partially commercial, but that will be up to the Douglas County Appraiser's Office to determine how much of that unit is being used for commercial versus residential activity. So a lot of these assumptions are based on that residential use, considering that's what's seen over at Penn Street Lofts. So back to my original point, the reason why you see such a decrease in the increment and then the NRA rebate overall is because commercial property is assessed at a higher value than residential. So changing from commercial to residential in this case decreases the overall value of the final product, which in this case also reduces the amount rebated and as seen in the increment to the taxing jurisdictions. So just for some exact numbers or exact approximations of numbers, so these are for the city only. The amount collected is between the first floor commercial and the first floor live work. The difference isn't that heavy in the beginning for the first few years, but definitely you can see towards the end the 18,000 versus 13,000 number by year 15, with about a $30,000 difference in total taxes collected. And then the amount reimbursed, you'll definitely see, and this is what I was talking about earlier, so year one, we see about a $5,000 difference, which stays roughly the same throughout all 15 years, but you'll see that the end, we're looking at approximately $70,000 decrease in the amount reimbursed to the applicant. So looking at the cost-benefit ratio for this change, you'll notice that 0.64 that does take into account two changes. So the first is the NRA, the rebate number that we just looked at, as well as the applicant has also submitted and then received a recommendation for approval for a second round of funding from the Affordable Housing Trust Funds at $300,000, bringing the total up to $850,000. So you'll see while the NRA rebate goes down, if final approval is given by the City Commission in December for the AHAB funding, that's why you see that decrease in the cost-benefit ratio. Just some additional considerations, just as a reminder, a lot of these are from the first public hearing, the first reading of the ordinance. Because the affordable housing component is not what is changing. It's mainly the commercial piece on the first floor. Staff still does find that the project is in alignment with our ED policy, the Downtown Master Plan and Plan 2040. It still primarily meets the city's goals of increasing adaptive reuse and more affordable housing, and does redevelop a historically underutilized property back into productive use. Some recommendations, since the first hearing, the Douglas County Commission did vote in favor of participating at that 95% rate at 3-0. They did vote, this vote did take place before the major scope needed to be amended for the project. However, the County Commission did receive a report on their consent agenda, and they did not have any concerns that they felt they needed to discuss. So as far as we understand it, they are still in favor, 3-0 for this project. The USD 497 school board voted 5-2 in favor of participating at the 95% level. They did receive their report, and their presentation was given with these updated numbers. The Lawrence Douglas County Planning Commission voted unanimously for recommendation of approval of the special use permit to implement the live work units. And the Lawrence Affordable Housing Advisory Board voted 7-0, recommending approval of the supplemental request from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So at this point, basically all hurdles, all steps have been cleared. It's just this final step with the NRA that the applicant needs to make the project go forward. So with these changes, it is still staff's recommendation that the City Commission adopt on second reading ordinance 10005, establishing the revitalization area and approving the NRA plan.
Thank you, Sam. Any questions? Any questions? Commissioner Sellers? Nope. Okay, we will open it up for public comment at this time. Any public comment from the audience? Any public comment on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the commission for any final thoughts or motion.
Before you make a motion, I just need clarification from Sam. I just noticed on the agenda, Sam, that the action doesn't include the performance agreement, and I'm assuming that needs to be approved as well?
Yes, sorry, it's probably in the recommendation. I don't see any action, but yes, the action would also be to approve or authorize the city manager to sign the cooperative agreement with the county and the school board.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure whoever makes the motion when you're ready, that you include that piece, because it's not included in the recommended action.
Got it.
So if you read it directly from the initial piece, you should be fine.
I guess I'm confused what you're saying, Sherry. The recommendation talks about the cooperative agreement, is there?
Right, but.
And the performance agreement. I see.
Right, and that performance agreement.
That is not in the.
It's not in the action.
Yeah.
Got it. I'm with you now. Follow it.
Yes, and I apologize for not catching that sooner.
Before you all vote, could I ask, Mayor, could I engage Commissioner Finkeldye for a second, since I know he just has a lot of information about how the county operates in terms of assessments. So I thought it was interesting that Sam was talking about, it may be a bit nebulous now, how they will assess what's residential and what's commercial. Do you have any thoughts about that? Not to put you on the spot.
Commissioner Shipley, Commissioner Finkeldye, I just wanted to, this was also another change. I didn't want to add another, confusing item into the mix. So previously, when this first was discussed, yes, there was that either condition or confusion on it's changing from commercial to residential. That was mainly a result of the county appraiser and the county treasurer's system and how they operate and how they manage the tax rolls. Since that was part of the reason why it's taken so long to get this second reading back to you all. We were also working with them at the same time to reassess how can they improve their system so we don't have to keep changing how we evaluate all these things at the same, how we evaluate changes in use classification. So I apologize. I also should have addressed that at the beginning as well. But just if there are any questions on that, I'd be happy to discuss further.
Anything else?
Answer?
Yeah, thank
Yep.
you. Thank you, Sam. It's just very interesting, and as people continue, and it's been in our Plan 2040 to include these kinds of live, work, or working spaces in neighborhoods, I think it's important or interesting for us to think about how that gets taxed, though even the same way we've at the county talked about wind and solar, and that those are taxed in a different way. So I think those are important things to understand.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the taxation system is based upon use, not building design or whatever. And so, yeah, I mean, if you run your law office out of your house, they still declare the primary use your house, and therefore they tax it like a house. Whereas, of course, if you practice law in a building that's not your house, it's a commercial use and has a much higher tax rate. So it definitely, so the live work units are all a little tricky on what's the primary use of that. And even, two of those units next to each other, one could be primarily, the appraiser could decide it's primarily a commercial use with maybe a bedroom in the back, that someone sleeps in versus a house with, again, just an office in the front. So even the two units next to each other could be classified differently. But I guess I'd say it's still a good project. I mean, obviously the change and look forward to this moving forward, so I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to adopt ordinance number 10005, And on second and final reading, establishing a neighborhood revitalization area at 1000 New Hampshire Street and authorize the city manager to execute a cooperative agreement between the city and the county and school district on NRA administration and a performance agreement with the incentive recipient.
Second?
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. On to item 2, which is to receive the board and commission's structure committee recommendations. I believe we have Sharon with us today.
And Mayor, I'll go ahead and just do a quick introduction of this item.
Okay.
So last November, you adopted Resolution 7456, establishing a committee to review the volunteer boards and commissions to better align them with the strategic plan. The committee was asked to make recommendations on the following: limit the number of boards to no more than 10, outline a process for transition to the new configuration, look at a code of conduct for board and commission members, and an advisory board policy and procedures, and any other necessary subjects related to these topics. And over the last several months, the committee comprehensively researched and reviewed these topics and conducted multiple rounds of community engagement. And tonight, the chair of the committee, Sharon Ashworth, is here to present their final recommendations.
Thank you, Sherry. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Sharon Ashworth. And I'm here representing the BCSC, the Boards and Commission Structures Committee, affectionately known as the Committee on Committees. So I have some prepared remarks. In 2022, the City Commission asked for a plan to help better align the city's volunteer boards and commissions to the work of the Lawrence Strategic Plan. Over the last 10 months, the Boards and Commissions Structure Committee has worked to understand the current structure and operations of the city's many volunteer boards and commissions and the policies and procedures that guide their work. This evening, you are presented with 3 documents. The first, and the one I will be presenting to you, is the committee's recommendation for limiting the number of boards to no more than 10, as was the City Commission's request. The BCSC also worked through a set of standard policies and procedures related to the advisory bodies and reviewed draft ethics and professional conduct policy. Staff will be presenting the latter 2 documents. Currently, the City of Lawrence has 39 boards, commissions, and committees, not counting ongoing but temporary steering committees and task forces. The BCSC was tasked with winnowing just 17 of these advisory boards to 10 or fewer. It was not within our mandate to address component unit governing boards, such as the Public Library Board, the joint city-county boards, such as the Planning Commission, or the various advisory boards that include a city appointee, such as the Economic Development Corporation or sister cities. Our recommendation is to retain 5 of the original 17 advisory boards and combine another 6 boards into 3 new bodies, leaving a total of 8 volunteer advisory boards. The framework of our deliberations was the city's strategic plan, specifically the 5 outcomes put forth in the strategic plan. Each of the existing boards we considered was sorted into an outcome according to what we thought was the best fit. Tying citizen advisory boards to the city strategic plan establishes a repeatable framework for refreshing citizen engagement in the city's priorities. Multiple sources of information informed our discussions about which boards to keep, which to merge, and which to dissolve. We considered the survey responses from volunteer board and committee members, the survey responses from city staff liaisons to each of the boards and committees, public testimony and feedback, board and committee duties, mission statements and agendas, and our own experiences serving on boards and committees. In our letter of recommendation, you will find the following recommendations. For the advisory boards aligned with the strategic plan outcome unmistakable identity, we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board and the Lawrence Cultural Arts Commission. For those advisory boards aligned with the strategic plan outcome strong, welcoming neighborhoods, we have a new advisory board that merges the duties of the Board of Zoning Appeals, Sign Code Board of Appeals, and the Building Code Board of Appeals. The second in that list is the Historic Resources Commission, and then the Affordable Housing Advisory Board. Those are all under strong, welcoming neighborhoods. For boards aligned with the strategic plan outcome safe and secure, we have a new advisory board that merges the purposes of the Community Police Review Board and the Human Relations Commission. There were no new advisory boards recommended to be aligned with the prosperity and economic security strategic outcome. The advisory boards aligned with the strategic plan outcome Connected City are a new advisory board that merges the purposes of the Public Transit Advisory Committee and the Multimodal Transportation Commission. And then we have the Aviation Advisory Board, also under Connected City. The letter that you have this evening provides a brief justification for decisions made, rather than read them all here, I'm happy to answer questions that I'm sure will come up after, when you're ready to ask those questions. I do want to say, however, that these recommendations are just a starting point. The BCSC did not come up with a correct constellation of advisory boards, only a constellation of advisory boards. These recommendations give the City Commission and the public something to push against, something to edit, and possibly an opportunity to craft new advisory boards that will effectively address our most pressing issues and include more voices from around our community. What comes next is arguably more significant. How the advisory boards are structured, how they function, their mission statements, the policies and procedures that guide their actions. Within these details is where the city can improve the function of the advisory boards and the experience of the volunteers and staff serving on the boards. And also where the city can expand citizen engagement by reaching out to more of its citizens. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank the committee members for their volunteer service, the staff for their time and assistance, and the public for their impassioned input into this process. And I want to thank you for the consideration of our efforts, and I'll stand for questions when you're ready.
Thank you, Sharon. Any questions?
We going to do the rest of the presentation?
Oh, yeah.
first, or
Okay. Sorry. There's
Talk about the other two?
Yeah, so we.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
That's all right. We don't have a presentation on the policies and procedures. What we have attached is sort of what they discussed and what we put together for their approval, which is standard policies and procedures. It adds to our current advisory board policy. We made very few minor updates to the Code of Ethics policy. Those are attached. If you want me to go over more specifically, we can talk about those. They're not on for your adoption tonight. Those would be brought back as a resolution, each one, as we get further direction from you tonight on any other ordinances or resolutions that we would need to draft. But we wanted to have them on there in case there was any glaring concerns you had with what we have that we would want to adjust before we bring them back for adoption at a later date.
Okay.
So would you want to answer any of those questions regarding those documents? Sherry?
I can answer those.
Okay. So it seems like who sets the agenda or whether staff works with the chair on the agenda may differ from body to body. So, planning or BZA, for example, is kind of driven by the applications and staff bringing them in a timely manner. Whereas, for example, sustainability or, sorry, I'm not thinking of another group where staff is expected to work with the chair on what the agenda is. And I think clarification of that is somewhat wrapped up in how we redo or reorganize these boards. So I wondered I wondered how we could standardize that or what the thoughts were on how to make sure that this is uniform among boards.
Well, I think once we have the final structure, we'll certainly have to adjust that, and some of those things will be specifically outlined in the ordinance that sets out the duty of that specific board. So there may be some areas where it might have a different charge related to who sets the agenda in the ordinance document versus the overall policy. Is that helpful, or does that answer your question?
So it may be different between, okay, all right.
What it sounds like.
But I guess I would ask follow-up on that question, which is, and I know we're not adopting these tonight, but just to have you look at, but in your standard policies and procedures, under duties, you have, for example, the staff liaison's duty is to prepare an agenda in collaboration with the chair or presiding officer. You don't have, I don't think, really anything under the chair on that. And I guess maybe that's uniform in every uniform. I was trying to remember when I was planning commission chair if they really ever worked on the agenda with me or they just gave it to us. So I just want to maybe think about how we word that and make sure we don't create an inconsistency that we're not intending to create there.
Yes, and that is a conversation we had about how this relates to the Planning Commission, which obviously was not really included in this conversation. So we want some standards, but that is one we will have to address because it wouldn't apply.
And while on that, I guess I have a question about appointments under that standard policy. We have I think, kind of the standard language. And I know there's going to be an eventual plan on how we reconstitute these boards. And I guess I'd be interested in, maybe, and this maybe eventually applies if we ever get a directly elected mayor, how do other cities appoint? I mean, if we have, is it always the mayor with advice and consent of the city commission? Or I think in some cities, the commissioners can make their own nominations. We have in here that the commissioners are encouraged to suggest names for consideration. I guess I'm just interested maybe in a couple, see how other people do it. We've done it the same way for a long time, but this might be a time to at least think about how we're going to do that. If we're going to reconstitute, 9 times 7 ball to whoever's the mayor next, that's a lot of appointments in a very short amount of time, So how we do that, I'd be interested in that.
We did look at several cities, and the committee looked at several cities that we brought information on, and it's pretty consistent that it's the mayor. It's not all, though, but we can certainly look at more.
Okay, well, I mean, if you've already done it, I'm not asking you, I guess maybe share that with us when we get to that point.
Sure.
I guess I had the commission, I don't know if this is for Sharon or, I've had several people reach out about the building code appeals and being a very specialized board and maybe mixing that with BZA. I don't know how much discussion you had on that or if Craig wants to address or whatever.
Sharon Ashworth, yes, we did have a lot of discussion about that, and one of the reasons for combining them was that the building code, see, I always get these, the building zoning code, the BZA, that's the one I'm talking about. The BZA's workload is about to get reduced for some changes that city staff can explain better than I can. So we thought there wasn't too much of a workload ballooning by combining these. And in the policies and procedures, there's still, of course, the appointments that are made can still be directed, if you know. So if we need technical expertise on a particular committee, there's nothing preventing the appointment of that technical expertise to the committee. And that's lined out right now in some of the committees as their existing structure to invite that level of technical expertise to serve on a committee. So we don't feel that by combining them, we're going to need to dilute in any way the technical expertise that's required to serve on some of these committees.
Okay.
Sound fair?
Question on SAB, as you might expect that question to come. Your letter does have like an extra little paragraph in there that kind of says if, or maybe if you don't eliminate it, this is what we'd suggest. Can you just give us a highlight of that?
Yes.
I'm not saying it's an and/or, but...
No, it was just a very, very difficult discussion. We went back and forth with that. It was probably the one we discussed the most. And it was a very difficult decision. And because it was hard to fit it in exactly where we're given the current structure of the SAB. So I just thinking about more about this. Really, the committees that were left as standalone committees were those whose structure and function and purpose are not likely to change as they move into the new structure, as they move in alignment with the strategic plan. So the ones like the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, what was the other one? Parks and Rec Advisory Board and the
LCAC.
So, get my paper.
Cultural arts.
Cultural arts, yes, thank you. The Cultural Arts Committee, they seem to move nicely into the strategic plan. So the commission might consider restructuring the Sustainability Advisory Board, grounding it in the newly adopted policies and procedures, or the SAB might be a better fit for what we determined were potentially operational boards. So these are other boards and commissions that can be brought together by city staff to address a particular need, where appointments can be made for particular technical expertise. So it might be a better fit that way. One of the issues we came up with the SAB is that we only have one sustainability staff member for the city. And one of the key considerations for recommending the Aviation Advisory Board as a standalone committee, because we had a lot of discussion about that as well, was the technical assistance offered to the lone city staffer that dealt with airport issues. In its current form, the SAB agendas are dependent on priorities put forth by the membership of that committee. And with the turnover in committee memberships, that agenda can change dramatically, depending on who's serving on the membership. That puts some stress on this lone city staff member that the city has. Now, some might argue so that the agenda of the SAB might not always mesh with what the city priorities are. So some people probably will argue that that's a good thing, that it forces the city to think out of the box. One of the letters that came in had a great thinking of the Sustainability Advisory Board as a think tank. And that might be what the City Commission would like to see in an SAB, in a Sustainability Advisory Board, is more of a think tank, where instead of having an agenda brought to the committee like most of our advisory boards and commissions, they're there stewing and thinking and planning and then presenting things to the city. That's not how most of our advisory boards work currently. So the City Commission may decide that that's a value that they want to keep and establish the SAB, as a think tank model. But that's different than the advisory models that we have now. So one concern that the BCSC had was, for example, the presentation that came with the asset management. For 2024, 2025, the prioritization is green infrastructure. If the SAB and the city were on the same wavelength for that being the priority that they're going to deal with together, the advisory board and the city staff, that really can be extremely valuable. But if the SAB's priorities and their agendas are different than the city's, then we really didn't know how to deal with that, because the agendas really, this SAB doesn't have items that really come before it like most of the other advisory committees. They don't have a budget to manage. They don't have funds to give out. So it's really sort of up to that membership to decide what their agenda is going to be, which has value, as you will hear, has value in itself, but it doesn't really fit in with the current structure we have.
Appreciate that. That was very helpful.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Any other part of the
Yeah,
presentation?
I've had my hand up for a while.
Okay,
Sorry,
sorry.
question for Sherry. Sherry, going back to the duty section and the duty section and the training section, so sections 9 and 10. Just looking at some of the duties of the chair and as it relates to meeting facilitator, maintaining decorum, but I don't see anything in regards to training as it relates to meeting facilitations. And I know we've gone back and forth with our own governing body about parliamentary procedure, and I know that several of our boards and commissions do mention in their ordinances that they follow parliamentary procedure. Is that something that staff is considering putting a part of training, just basic meeting meeting processes, since we're putting a lot of the emphasis on the chair to be the facilitator and maintain decorum, but we're not giving them any type of support on how maintenance and facilitation of that decorum should look like. So
one of the things that we discussed was that the meeting procedures that you all have adopted for you, that we would want that standard procedure to also apply to advisory boards. And so I think that's something we would look at as well. And then it does require, under 9B, training on the city's procedures, processes, requirements, and expectations. So if they are to follow a certain set of meeting procedures, whether that be Robert's Rules of Order, if a commission were ever to change that, or if you all were ever to implement parliamentary procedures of any type into your meeting procedures, it would also apply to advisory boards. Because we want individuals who come to any meeting, whether it be an advisory board or the city commission, to have an understanding that those are the same set of procedures and expectations.
got it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we open it up? Okay, we'll open up for public comment now. Any public comment on this item from anybody in the room?
Good evening. I'm Terry Wilkie, a resident of the city of Lawrence, and thank you for the good work that you've done, and thank you to the board for the good work that they have done. I want to state clearly that I do not understand eliminating the Sustainability Advisory Board. As I observe the work of the Sustainability Advisory Board, all input to the City Commission has been positive and in a good direction for the future of our city, which is a part of the strategic plan on all counts. I want to point out to everyone that with respect to mass transit, somehow the bus terminal was built with a non-renewable energy source for heat and air. Somehow, with the Parks and Rec, Prairie has been severely damaged, if not destroyed. And the Sustainability Advisory Board is trying to help the city put new policy in place, because we cannot continue to operate as we have done. I would suggest that the decision to eliminate volunteer boards somehow curiously closely jives to me with the plastic bag ordinance. And then all of a sudden, well, we've got to line up a structure where we put all these round pegs into round holes, and Sustainability Advisory Board is more of a square peg. That doesn't make it bad. Just like the future of our planet, we have got to make some changes. We've got to flex and do things differently than we have at any time before. So I hope that we see, and also the airport, but I did hear Sharon say the airport did get put back in, but these were very important committees that the board decided to eliminate. I would like to leave them in place. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, the public comment from the room?
See if I can be as eloquent as Sharon was. So hi, my name is Ben Sykes. I live here in Lawrence, close to Central Middle. I'm a scientist at the Kansas Biological Survey and also a professor at KU, and I'm the vice chair for the Sustainability Advisory Board. So like the boards and commission structure committee, City Commission has received significant public comment about the SAB, And like the BCSC, almost without exception, all of that is to retain the SAB. There are diverse and compelling reasons to retain the SAB, but also ways it can transform to provide more utility to the city. Environmental sustainability represents a core piece of the strategic plan and a responsibility our community has chosen to champion. I recognize that the SAB doesn't easily match a strategic outcome and so fit the rubric the BCSC made to realign boards. But I think this was a narrow interpretation of the charge you gave them. I agree that sustainability should be integrated and funded across the entire city, but it is not. That is the reality we live in. Kathy Richardson is a department of one, and the last 2 budgets did not fund a sustainability data analyst that would help inform efforts across other departments. The SAB is different from most other boards. We aren't reviewing permit applications or have a budget that we need to dole out. So what does the city get from the SAB? Well, it gets expertise across diverse sustainability fields, both public and private, at no cost. The SAB has contributed to many city initiatives and ordinances, like support for the electric bus grants and the single-use plastic bag ban. Yes, some of these are public or SAB initiated rather than City Commission started. I applaud the idea that the City Commission can better utilize the SAB to achieve sustainability citywide. To that end, the SAB's recent work has explicitly detailed KPIs, like in the updated weed and sustainable landscaping ordinance recommendations, and we've started a subcommittee focused on implementing Ordinance 9744. Commissioner Sellers, during the discussion about the multimodal transfer facility use of methane gas, you said you wanted to see advisory boards and staff work to create a plan or process that evaluates and elevates sustainability from the start. I wholeheartedly agree. I ask that the City Commission, 1, retain the SAB rather than dissolve it, and 2, more formally use the SAB to help the city achieve environmental sustainability from the start of projects, at least until the necessary expertise, personnel, and time is available within city staff. Eliminating the SAB gets us no closer to achieving this important commitment. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment from the room? Not, we will go to Zoom.
Nancy Muma?
I think, okay. Can you see me?
No.
We can hear you.
There we go. There we go.
Okay. All right, sorry, it took me a minute to adjust. So I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak and support of the Sustainability Advisory Board. I'm a member of the board for the last year, and I take umbrage with what Sharon Ashworth said, that issues are not brought to the board from staff. Kathy Richardson does bring issues to us to consider for our input. Many of the things we initiate, but there are many things that are brought to us for our input. And so I think that it's really a two-way street. We initiate and the staff brings us things to consider as well. I just have to second what Ben Sykes said, in that there's a broad range of expertise on this committee that allows the sustainability, adaptation, and mitigation efforts in our city. I think it's something that we should be proud of. We're a progressive city, and this is an important issue going forward. I don't think that climate change, adaptation, and mitigation is something that we should abandon at this point. It's too important going forward. So I would like you to please consider maintaining the SAB and perhaps giving us a little bit more direction of how you would like us to work. Thank you so much.
Amanda Stam?
Hi, thank you. I'm Amanda Stam. I'm Vice President of Energy Operations for Cromwell Solar. I've been in the solar industry for almost 12 years now, and I'm a Sustainability Advisory Board member. I also wanted to really second, Ben laid it out quite nicely and covered a lot of the aspects, but you were right. We only have one sustainability employee for the city of Lawrence who requested a budget for an analyst, somebody to assist her in evaluating our structures and developing a plan to move forward. That was not budgeted for in 2024, and so she still remains a standalone employee. I think she is too spread thin to be able to really know what she needs to bring to us. So when it comes to the possibility of restructuring us or using us in a different capacity, I believe that there is room that we could improve how the board functions. But I would encourage you to consider maintaining the board because, as I have said, you have experts across the vast fields that is sustainability. And as far as it aligning with the strategic plan, I mean, it's in every aspect of the strategic plan. And if we can't afford to give our one employee an assistance, how are we going to be able to afford to implement that throughout all the departments when you have the free assistance here? We did just vote on a subcommittee focused on the renewable energies to identify buildings and structures and funding to help us meet the city's sustainable goals, which are aggressive goals, and as they should be. So I think that we are on the right path for that, and I'd love to see us have the opportunity to implement some of those new strategies. So again, thank you for your time and for your consideration, and I just ask that you would consider keeping the Sustainability Advisory Board. I think we have a lot to offer, and with a little bit of guidance could definitely give you more of what you're looking for.
Margaret Kramer.
Hi, I'm Margaret Kramer. Thank you very much for your time and for listening to public comments. I also would advocate the continuation of the SAB. One argument in eliminating the SAB was that that task would fall to all of the committees across the city. But I think we need to ask, how practical or realistic is this? If the board's main thrust is on other issues, when will they have the time, or why should they make the effort to consider sustainability issues if, you know, their main problem is zoning or whatever? Also, and then how do we even know the people on these boards are knowledgeable about sustainability? If they're not even aware of what options or policies they might be able to implement, how could they do so? Another thing is that we cannot tell the future. And issues arise, but we do know that issues are going to arise. Some issues can arise suddenly and unexpectedly. And for all we know, there might be 100 people up in arms before the City Commission about something regarding sustainability. And wouldn't it be nice to be able to refer those persons to say, here is a committee who can help you and work with you to process those concerns, rather than start from scratch in a moment of crisis. So yes, I do think that the SAB is very important with the environmental challenges we face. Thank you.
Clancy Maloney.
Thank you. Clancy Maloney, Aviation Advisory Board. The Aviation Advisory Board acknowledges the hard work that the BCSC has done over the last 14 months. It was a difficult and complicated task for them. The AAB's continuing independence will allow it to work on the upcoming aviation airport master plan, as well as making additional recommendations on staffing and the long-term structure of the board itself. So I'm glad that we can continue to do that, and we will do our best to do so. Thank you.
Kay Johnson.
Oh, you're on
Okay.
mute.
I lost her.
Sorry.
There she is.
Hello, my name is Kate Johnson, and thank you for allowing me to be here to speak to you tonight. I'm the Sustainability and Environment Manager of a local Lawrence manufacturer. I'm also a current Sustainability Advisory Board member and have been since 2019. I request that you retain the Sustainability Advisory Board. You've been given a report recommending the SAB be dissolved. The report does not mention or provide all the facts about our board. Most of the SAB's work is done by committee and outside of the direct monthly meeting of the SAB. And our charge is to provide recommendations to the commissioner. So this often takes quite a few months of study and research. Also, the board absolutely does function as established by ordinance. We have not been told otherwise by city manager, staff, or the law department there that we're functioning otherwise. And no facts were provided to support any such allegations. We do have also the concern that was raised about our alignment to the sustainability key performance indicators. The board's annual agenda priorities absolutely do align with the city's strategic plan and those sustainability KPIs. The board held a special meeting at the end of last year to develop these priorities, and we do have minutes that document how our priorities align with the sustainability KPIs. One of those was the implementation of Ordinance 9744 on renewable energy goals. Another was updating and implementing the weed ordinance, and another was implementing the plastic bag ban. Now, sustainability chairpersons have spoken several times over the last 2 years with the city commissioners regarding these three items. And often we've been requested to go back and get information, and then we've come back with that. Besides these goals, the board members serve on other boards. And as SAB's representative, I've served on the Land Development Code Update Steering Committee. One person serves on the Douglas County Food Policy Board, and one serves on the Douglas County Climate Action Plan Steering Committee. We all review hundreds of pages every month, every few months, and provide comments to help guide sustainability actions in our city and our county. We also support MSO's capital.
Thank you, Kay.
Green standards.
Kay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please retain SAB.
Maddie Bell.
Hi, sorry about the lighting. I'm Maddie Bell. I am a former environmental activist of the Sunrise Movement and a former member of the Sustainability Advisory Board. And I would just like to say, please retain the board if it needs to go through some changes. You know, that makes sense with the restructuring, but we are not in any less threat from climate change. It's not any less important. And the Sustainability Advisory Board is the primary way for the public to interact with the city in a climate-focused way, and at least from my experience in both of those roles I mentioned, to have the opportunity to start projects in a climate-friendly way, to have that be the priority of the conversation happening. Ben and Kay and others have already mentioned that the Sustainability Advisory Board is focusing on the strategic plan. And while I was a member, Kathy, the staff member, mentioned multiple times that the Sustainability Advisory Board's role fits in within each outcome. Like we don't have a specific one. It's relevant to everything because climate change is relevant to everything. Sustainability is relevant to everything. And I don't think Kathy was just trying to flatter us. I think it's true. So I would really hope that the City Commission would decide to hold on to it because, if it's not being prioritized through the budget or on other boards already, then getting rid of the Sustainability Advisory Board means it kind of dies with a whisper. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie.
That's all the comments, Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back up to the commission for discussion.
I maybe had one question. I'm not sure if this would be for executive staff, but the recommendation that transient guest tax, public incentives, and sales tax audit committee and special alcohol fund advisory board be absorbed by the city manager's office. I feel like I need more information than that. How would we maintain engagement, and how would we maintain transparency for those monies or those particular issues? Has staff thought very much about that?
There was considerable discussion through the committee in that the portions of our annual budget process that are allocated by volunteer boards and commissions is very, very small. We allocate all the rest of the city's resources on some very important things through the public budgeting process, and ultimately the city commission makes those decisions. So that was where the discussion was, is we have volunteer boards and commissions that were established. Oftentimes these were established when this was a new revenue source and some new proposal, and we did not have any strategic plan in place. We often did not have any plan in place of any kind to allocate, this is how these monies should be spent. So it's not uncommon for the genesis of these new revenue sources to have citizens oversee that. After you go through a process for a while and you've established strategic priorities and direction and sometimes very complex plans, then you can transcend that and it becomes part of the operations. So that was where the discussion really went. We still are operating like when many of these were established, and we really didn't have any plans for them. So when we're talking about policy direction and what should we be doing in some of these areas like housing, those are very mature discussions. We need to continue to probably have advice on what are the housing policies, but how the money is spent, that could be something that goes in the budget process, which with the rest of the resources that we spend. So that was where those discussions went. You're already making very important decisions about the allocation of resources across all of the city departments, all the capital spending, and you know well that you have to weigh all those things against each other. Having only a few pieces of that being allocated or discussed by several volunteer boards and commissions is not in alignment with the way those decisions are made in the rest of our operations.
Okay.
Well, in discussion, I'll come first out of the shoe. I think there's merit to retaining SAB, and it looks like that they're amenable to any sort of different alignment, more like what Sharon said, with similar to the aviation board. So, and Ben said as well. So, I think that's promising, and and as well with building code and Board of Appeals, there are a lot of different codes that are under that, so that gives me a little bit more of a pause. So that's where I'm at.
We got a memo from Craig this afternoon about that.
Yeah, we had pretty late term discussion at a staff level with liaisons with that, sharing some of the concerns that we've heard tonight on the technical nature of those codes. We just like a little bit more time to look at those and maybe bring you some additional advice on that, but we certainly wouldn't want to hold back on the rest of the recommendations that you may give us tonight.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
I guess I would go next. First, Sharon, thank you, and the entire committee, thank you. I mean, I think everyone on the committee was the chair of another committee, so not only did we keep them busy in other jobs, you guys came together to do this work, and it was hard work, and appreciate that very much, and appreciate the work you did. And I think, I mean, obviously we're giving direction. We're going to see all this stuff back. Well, I'm sure we'll get other comments as we move through it. As Sharon said, this is a starting point to have those discussions. I guess I'd say three things. One, I do see merit in keeping SAB. I think, sustainability, and I do think, through the work of of these committees and all the committees, getting them, focused on the strategic plan and again, not saying that they aren't now, but I'm just saying I think we can make them an important part of that. So I guess I'd support that, going forward, and we can talk about what that looks like and how it operates as time goes on. Two, I think it's been mentioned, I had a few discussions with, including with someone on the building codes committee that was a little concerned about the technical nature and of some of those appeals, which don't happen very often, so workload for sure. There's not a lot of workload, but when they do come up, they're sometimes pretty technical. And then related to, and this might be a task force as opposed to a committee, when we go to look at the energy code, the new building code, the 2024 energy code, the 2024 building code, and the like, those are very technical in nature. And who might be looking at those, be it a committee or a standalone, I think is important. I also, I certainly appreciate the consolidation of these boards. That was the goal, and I still believe in that goal. I do see, I think the use of specific boards to do specific work, even in the SAB realm, I think is useful, and I think something we could consider. Same with the uniform codes. I think, for example, you could appoint a committee that has people on that. Ben mentioned one of the things we like a lot about SAB is you have a lot of technical people from a lot of different fields, which is useful. But also, if we're going to do one specific thing, it might be good to say, hey, let's get 4 or 5 experts on that one specific thing and have them focus on it. Someone mentioned earlier the green, the green standard, the green ability of our asset management. Maybe having some people just look at that separate from the SAB, could be something to consider. And then finally, again, I'm in support of this. I would, I guess stick a pin in community police review board until we see exactly what we get back from the work group. I don't want to prejudge that, depending on what that comes from. I certainly appreciate the consolidation there of some of the similar functions, and, I would say I think that will probably work, but I don't want to prejudge the work coming out of that committee because they've also been putting a lot of work into it. But otherwise, I think let's move to the next step here.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Commissioner Sellers, anything?
Yeah, I have a couple. Wanted to first start with, thank you to the board chairs who did the work on this. I will never remember the BC. I will always call it the Committee on Committees, and it will forever and therefore be known as the Committee on Committees. With that being said, I'm going to try to go through the smaller ones and then hit SAB last. And looking at prosperity and economic security, I did have some concerns with the Transient Guest Tax Grant Program Advisory Board falling under the direction of the City Manager's Office. Speaking as an ex officio member of the Explore Lawrence Advisory Board, and the work that we've done with that strategic plan and operationalization of the work that we've been doing in our key outcome and strategy areas, perhaps this is something that can live within that group as a subcommittee, but I don't see, because there's so much of unmistakable identity that I cannot unsee in this. And I recognize, and we talk about how there is economic development and PES in aspects of Explore Lawrence. But I don't think it's at a percentage that would tip it to be up under PES and that it would necessarily fall up under the City Manager's Office to oversee. I don't see it as I don't see it as an apples to apples or even a Granny Smith to Fuji Apple comparison with sales tax audit or PERC or anything to that measure. But if you see the work that the advisory board has done with Explore Lawrence and what we've been able to put together and what I've been able to advise that group on, I feel like that would sit more comfortably in that group, and I feel more comfortable with it sitting in that advisory board than in its current iteration as presented tonight. So we did that. As far as the CPRB and Human Relations Commission, when I first saw this, I did have a bit of a pause. To Commissioner Finkelduy's point, we do have to see what's processing through the work group. However, talking with several of my counterparts in NBC Leo and under what we've looked at as it relates to C-Black under public safety, and how do we create operationalization, and I'll use that word a lot in my comments, around police review, racial profiling, different protective class profiling and things of nature, they all flow together. And so I think where we have those basic duties and responsibilities and trainings for folks that'll sit on CPRB, HU, and Human Relations Commission, I think there's something that is going to be valuable to galvanizing those two commissions together that will yield, depending on the process, and I'll talk about that later, yield a stronger, sustainable commission. But again, we have to look to see what comes from the recommendations. But I don't, at initial review, have any pause as regards to that recommendation. Take a step away real quick to look at appointments. I know Commissioner Finkelstein kind of brought that up earlier, a little bit of a preemption there. But I do appreciate the conversation around appointments. I think there's something to be said about how we move that process, whether we have a directly elected mayor or not. I think as we start to look at consolidating boards and commissions, we definitely need to put more emphasis on how the recruitment aspect of and how we are appointing individuals to boards and commissions, and having the commission be a part of that process. We've had several examples in recent years of how that has failed us. And so even in our own current state government, our governor is not responsible for appointing all aspects and individuals to boards and commissions. Some of that leads onto the legislative body. We are the legislative body, and there should be more stronger input from commissioners on appointments. And so I would like to see at least us have a stronger conversation about looking at, doesn't have to be every single board or commission, but I would say if we're looking at whether it's BZA, planning, CPRB, human relations, those stronger, those outcome boards and commissions that have very strong voices, there definitely needs to be a more stronger process around appointments and recruitment and appointments to those spots. Lastly, so going back to SAB, so I did appreciate Sharon's, the recommendation that was put in there. I think we've struggled with the SAB in its current iteration because there hasn't been much reimagining of it. And as a board, we come together and understand our authority as policy creators, developers, and all that piece. I'm kind of losing my thoughts here. Cold medicine was kicking in. I don't see where it is in its current iteration. It's impactful, not only to the strategic plan, but to the other boards and commissions. We talk about commitments as lenses. And so if every board and commission should have a lens, and this was a activity that I did when I was chair of the Human Relations Commission when we first received the strategic plan. And I had commissioners map out, how do we operationalize outcomes and commitments together within our commission? What does sound fiscal stewardship look like as it relates to human relations? What does environmental sustainability look like? What does equity and inclusion look like? And so we went through every single commitment. And yes, there are some aspects that are clear that we could articulate. There were some that it required us to think a little bit more into it. And so as we continue to evolve and reconstitute boards and commissions, that has to be the standard. And I know we have it in our training, But for anybody that wants to serve on our boards and commissions, that has to be a standard of how do you utilize these lenses and operationalize that in how we are developing, how they are developing their agendas, how we are going about the business of the community and of our city and the communities within our city. And so, I think it needs to be, the SAB can be retained, not in its current state, because it's not doing what we need it to do. And we have tried to justify it in different ways to justify its existence because we see the value in it, but we don't know how to operationalize it, and we haven't. And I appreciate Ben quoting my statement that I made when we were talking about the transit hub, because it was during that conversation that I said, as commissioners, we can direct, we can give that authority, but we have to do it. And for those who were strong, sustainable champions, we didn't do it. You didn't do it. So that's a failure on our part as commissioners. And so this is at this time, it's staring us in the face to say, we need to figure this out. And so I think we do need to figure it out. I don't know if dissolving it is the end game, but I think there is value to having sustainability, not just whether it sits as a reimagined advisory board, a committee, task force that meets, that is given a technical ask as a recommendation from the commission through another advisory board. That, I think that lends itself to have another further discussion that I don't know at the time we're ready to have right now. But we need to get back to operationalizing all of these commitments into all our advisory boards. So the boards are built on the outcomes, but they've not been hitting all the commitments. So I think that covers all of my check marks here. I think I don't have anything. Again, thank you to our chairs for leading this work. We still have some good work to do, but I do like what has been presented to us so far. I did have another thought in regards to the Aviation Advisory Board that takes it in a different direction, but that may come up under commission items. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So I would say that I support what the Committee on Committees has brought forth to us. Sharon, thanks for all your work and the committee's work on it. With the exception, I do think the SAB board, there's merit to having that board. In its current form, maybe not. I do like the idea of reimagining that. The idea of, somebody brought up a think tank, maybe that's part of it. But I would like to see it be a part of our committees, but under a different reimagined purpose or process or operations. So the ones that have been eliminated or at least taken over and taken into the city manager's office, I'm fine with all those. I think those are fine. So that's where I stand on it, but I would like to see SAB stay in a different form.
With regard to SAB and even Parks and Rec for that matter, and I think there's already broad agreement about them needing clear direction in their work. But another thing that, not even just with these, but even with planning, is we have all these advisory boards. We sometimes show them and don't show them our budget or our CIP before it comes to us. So supposedly, yeah, exactly. So supposedly we care a lot about these 48 boards and commissions and their opinion, but they don't actually get to weigh in on our CIP and our budget before we see it. And when, of course, it's almost too late, right? So I would say in amongst clarifying the agenda with these boards, any of these boards, how the agenda comes about, how that conversation happens with the chair or not, that we add something they need to be allowed to look at and comment on as our budget on CIP. For Parks and Rec, it seems a lot more important since a lot of the things that end up on our CIP are Parks and Rec items. And, even we've seen in the last few years, planning was shown our CIP and asked if it comported with Plan 2040 but then once they tried to make a comment on that, we're not allowed to do that. So do we care what these advisory boards say about our budget and our CIP priorities or not? I think that and the agenda are very important questions for any of these boards. I would also say, for what it's worth, I agree about the Community Police Review Board. Let them do their work, and then we'll see how that could maybe be incorporated in the future into our safety and. But we need to let them do their work and keep our hands off of it. I may want to agree with Commissioner Sellers a bit on transient guest tax. As a commissioner who was on transient guest tax when it was created and watched it closely all these years, in a sense, yeah, it does work with our where the recommendation is, but also in a sense, it makes more sense with arts and culture or Parks and Rec, with the caveat that it is not money to be backfilling Parks and Rec budgets for closing off streets, which is something that happened in the last couple of years I was very unhappy with. That is money to pull people in, which is one of the reasons I thought I actually kind of appreciated where the recommendation was. But if we have we're used to oversight in the community on a board like that or on PERC. So to me, my question about engagement and oversight or transparency is still a fair one, even though I appreciate the city manager's comment that these are relatively low amounts of money. Most people don't comment on the relatively large amounts of money that we talk about. So what happens when we tell the public, your opinion on small amounts of money, we don't necessarily need your opinion on that. So I think we should think about that really hard. Personally, I guess if I had to suggest something, I would say TGT, PERC, alcohol, and even AHAB being, in a sense, having to do with fiscal matters or giving out grants could all be one board with all people at large. That's one suggestion. So since it was already being suggested it go into the city manager's office, it could be just a board that simply deals with grants or giving out of grants, which is very easily done in a community like ours. There's no shortage of nonprofits and people who have experience writing or receiving grants. So a board like that should be pretty easy to fill. On that note, I do want to talk about AHAB. I'm not uncomfortable with it continuing to be on its own, but I would hope, or even be more vociferous on that, it needs to be changed to an at-large board. The conflicts that have happened because of its makeup have been too many, and we need to reevaluate that sooner rather than later. We could do it at the same time that we're rewriting all their bylaws, and I think that would be wise. I think at-large would be easily doable, and we would still have a very great pool of qualified people who are very interested in that. Just to point out, I think it was important for the board to be made up the way it was in its inception because we needed that expertise. We needed tenants to homeowners, we needed the chamber, we needed the builders, we needed all those people to give us their expertise. Now that they've, gone through several cycles, it's very clear how the process works, and I think the process is working, and it's delivered a lot of units and a lot of even wraparound services. So I don't know that, in fact, I do not believe that it needs to have those particular organizations tied to those positions. I think at large would be wise and easy. So that's where I'm at, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple things. They were both on Commissioner Sellers and Commissioner Shipley going backwards. I agree on AHAB. I do think as we go to reconstitute that, I think the conflicts of interest have been an issue, and it served its, like as you said, well, it served its purpose. I think we're ready to have a different look at that. I guess, as I hadn't really thought through like how we're going to set up these boards and what we're going to ask them to do. but, the idea that, these boards that follow our outcomes, one, makes sense, as you mentioned, Commissioner Shipley, to have them look at the CIP. I also really like the term that Commissioner Sellos used, is how do those outcomes operationalize the commitments? I thought that, having them look at each of those. And then I guess I throw in there, as we're talking about these, helping us look at the KPIs within each of those, areas, the outcome areas. Over time, we're going to be continuing to reassess those outcomes, those KPIs in each of those outcome areas, not only what they should be, but how we are doing on reaching those. And of course, I think that ties to the CIP and ties to the budget. If they're looking at all of those things, saying, hey, this KPI, we're not doing as well as we should, here's our recommendation, or we should spend some more money on that, or we should spend less money on that, or it's the wrong KPI. I could see, as these committees continue to develop around these outcome areas, some real benefit to do some things that none of our committees are doing now, because we never asked them to. I think we need to really align these committees with the strategic plan, with the outcomes, with the commitments, and then just as we talk about operationalizing the strategic plan, these committees are operationalizing that through their budget, helping us with that. Now, not every committee falls in that. The Planning Commission doesn't fall in that, But, as we're looking at these new combined categories, I think I see some real chances to make some real impacts there. So appreciate those comments from Commissioner Sellos and Shipley as well.
Okay, any other comments?
Yeah, it's not, I appreciate all the comments, and I'm sure that it'll prove valuable going forward when we kind of mesh it out a little bit. But I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you as well, Sharon. I feel bad about that. I know that you guys had a heavy load to bear, and we asked a lot of you, and we really appreciate all the hard work you did putting this together, along with the board or the commission or the whatever board on boards. But thank you.
So, Craig, do you have enough direction on this?
I'm going to look to Sherry to restate what we just heard.
What I am seeing consensus on is that we will look at retaining SAB, or at least look at reimagining it and operationalizing it. We may need a little clarification on that, but I feel like it's not as it stands.
Correct.
Okay,
By
no one's
keeping it-
disagreeing, so I think that that's good. And then, as we already discussed, we'll look at the BZA and Building Code Board of Appeals. And then supportive of CPRB and HRC, but we want to wait until we get feedback from the work group before we bring anything back formally on those two. We'll obviously look at appointments when we bring those back, how they're done, other options. And then the only other one on the structure was, I don't know that I have three or more that really has any strong feelings about the TGT perk AHAB. We're good with the recommendation on that?
I think with AHAB, I'm fine with the way it's being proposed. Of course, talking about the makeup of it, that's a little bit of a separate issue, but I think we definitely need to redo the makeup of it. I think there were some good points made on that. The TGT, I'm still fine with that going to the city manager's office.
So Sherry, in regards to the AHAB,
I'm sorry, not changing AHAB, but there was the conversation about TGT, I'm sorry. There was the TGT, there was conversation, then about what.
Yeah, that was me saying that I wanted to pull it from.
Yeah, but other than
From
that,
PS.
I think we have, I think that recommendation stands for those four. Unless
Yeah. The
TGT,
official language would be to remove TGT from PES and have it go under the Explore Lawrence Advisory Board.
but I just don't know that I have.
Right, I just wanted to formally state it
Thank
for
you.
clarification purposes.
Thank you. So we would need input from the rest of you on that.
I think we would need real conversation about whether to put it under Explore Lawrence. That's because, they have their own agreement that's, of course, being worked on hopefully by the end of this year or early next year. But I think I could be, again, convinced that it should be with arts and culture. Also, because it's also partly about attracting people here to our events. Events is under the arts and culture as well. Maybe less comfortable with Parks and Rec until I understand what Parks and Rec will be. But I know what arts and culture is. I know how they function and what they do, and that they're interested in getting more people in, which I think is part of what transient guest tax is about, attracting people to Lawrence who aren't already here, not just for day trips, but longer trips. So I don't know, can I convince another commissioner that could work? They do also give out grants, don't they?
Well, I guess that's what I was thinking. I mean, we're talking about having these committees look at our entire budget. I mean, look at, Parks and Rec is going to be giving us recommendations and other things. If the TGD grants are part of the budget process, they're going to be looking at that anyway. Arts and Culture is going to be looking at it. Parks and Rec is going to be looking at it. Everyone's going to be looking at it anyway because it's already part of what's coming through your budget, right? I mean, that's what you're saying, Craig, that these funds would be allocated through our budget process.
That's correct. That's what we're trying to do, is unhitch specific allocation of a small portion of the city's budget from the policy advisory boards and commissions.
Yeah.
What does that look like?
It just simply,
Specific to TGT. What does that look like?
it would mean that we would allocate that through a budget process rather than having a volunteer board and commission say this is how those funds should be spent.
And then how would that allocation look? How would that operation look like?
It would be in the city's budget, probably in the Parks and Recreation and Culture, Arts, Recreation, and Culture budget, I would imagine.
Yeah, I can't get down with that.
So who would be advising as to how that money's divided up? Would that be city staff?
Yes.
Out of your office?
Well, out of departmental offices. I mean,
It's everybody.
Yeah.
we build the budget together. It's a very large budget built by a lot of different people, and ultimately it is, as you well know, it is looked at by the entire community and commented on by the entire community over a months-long process. So I'm just suggesting that those dollars are spent like the rest of our city dollars are.
Sort of, but in the transient guest tax case, it comes from a specific source, and at least until now, of course, if we have another broader conversation as we did when we started transient guest tax, Mary, you'll remember when that got started, it was, how to reinvest those dollars into getting more people to come in. So those dollars came from a specific place, they go to a specific place to create more dollars. If, as I gave an example, Parks and Rec uses it to close streets for parades, which we all love, it's great, also doesn't attract necessarily people from out of town. Those are things I think it'd be fair for us in terms of transparency to have conversations about, or a broader conversation about. Do you have similar feelings, Commissioner Sellers?
I do. These have been conversations that the Explore Lawrence Advisory Board has had for the last 2 years, because we've seen not just from the process and how funds have been divvied. We've looked at the scoring. We've realized that there are some opportunities there to reshape how funds are being distributed in order to continue to drive more of the quote unquote heads and beds that can continue to move that. To see that be taken away, I understand it is just a drop in the bucket, but it has huge implications on how we identify unmistakable identity. So yes, it is an economic driver, but it is something that it is funding that speaks more to the heart of and minds of the people, because it is directly impacting them in a way that it looks at all aspects of arts and culture. Sorry, I'm a little, in the words of Commissioner Shipley, proclaimed about being taking. No, I'm not very comfortable with that particular fund being absorbed into the budget. I think there's value in having the community drive conversations and explore opportunities of how that funding can be used to be an economic driver, but it's also an economic driver in the sense of arts and culture and play. So.
And if I could just add, sorry, Mayor, they've done such a good job in the years that they've been there, and then most recently in terms of, so one of our identified goals is to have events where people feel like their culture is identified, and that's one of the few places where I see that money being specifically invested. So, for example, powwows or, Busker Fest is free for all children. Things that are delivering equity and, obvious and shared spaces for people from different backgrounds that we don't have set up anywhere else. So I would be loath to give that up when it, frankly, I look at kind of it as a great example of how we are using our funds to deliver those things that we've said many years that we wanted to do in terms of showing people's backgrounds and culture.
Let me try to say this. I guess I'm thinking about this. I don't know if I'm thinking about this the same way you guys are. And maybe Craig can help us. If we allocate $120,000 to transient guest tax for a review program, they all submit applications. The applications currently are reviewed by, 7 people, and then that recommendation goes to the city manager, comes to us, and then we put it in our budget.
Right.
The difference would be instead of 7 people looking at it, you'd have the city managers looking at it and bringing it to us.
Right.
At least that's what I'm imagining.
That's how I had envisioned it, but I'm not.
And I guess, is that what you're imagining, or are you afraid that we're going to take the $120,000, get rid of it, and drop it into the Parks and Rec budget to clean streets?
That
and
is
there
my
we
very
no
fair
longer have it.
concern. Yes, that's my very fair concern.
But if we have a grant period.
So Craig, can you respond to those two different?
This is a clarifying conversation.
Yeah.
The 5 of you are responsible for all of the allocation of all of the money. If we in the city are completely committed to achieving what the strategic plan outlines, our dollars need to flow efficiently to getting results as measured by the KPIs. What I'm suggesting is if you have a lot of segregated funds for special things and they aren't able to be spent on results efficiently, then it's going to delay our progress. Now, are there other things that come with having lots of side conversations that are very specialized? Yes, absolutely. What we're suggesting is unhinging the money from the steering, the decision making, and saying let's get the biggest bang for the buck for outcomes on what we've decided are the most important things. So this suggestion doesn't remove that the community should be steering the money, that you all should be making the money decisions. It isn't changing that. There should be just as much participation. What it is saying is that we're not going to just have this little bucket of money over here and this little bucket of money over here and this little bucket of money over here. We're going to make comprehensive decisions so that if it is a recreation opportunity and it is a big event that we want to do, we may we may need some money from this fund and this fund to get that result, because we've decided this is the best way that our communities decided to move forward.
And I guess that's where I go with this. Like, last year, Affordable Housing Advisory Board, they had so much money to give away, and they struggled and struggled and said, we're going to fund this, and we're going to fund that, and we're going to fund half of this and half of that. And then it came to us, and we said, well, all those things are important, fund them all. And we gave them ARPA money, and we funded them. And so we had constrained the Affordable Housing Committee to work on a small, we said, you have this much money to work with, give us your best recommendations. And I guess to Craig's point, I think my concern from the transient guest tax the last 2 years, and maybe I'm wrong about this, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, is they've done this kind of weird formula where they've given 80, they've funded a couple of these things 100%, a couple of these things 80%, a couple of things 60%.
Yeah.
And, as opposed to saying, hey, and then some of them got like 40%, and then some of them didn't happen. I mean, I can see a scenario in which, we say, here's 100, apply for this money, and we fund more than 120,000 because these are all good things. And so I guess I see it as a way not to constrain them, with something, but to put that part of the whole budget to say, hey, if we're going to try to meet this KPI where everyone feels welcome and at home, one of those measurements of this KPI is how many events we have and how many events bring in all, different, people and their cultures into their cultures. So we might be saying, look, 120,000 is not enough. We need more of those. And if our KPI is about Explore Lawrence or about bringing in guests, making downtown strong, we might need more money than that. So I think that's what you're saying, Craig, is we want to unhinge just this small group saying you have this much money to work with, but instead focus on all of the aspects of it.
Right, and it is your decision as the governing body that adopts that entire budget every year.
But
then my question is, why hasn't this been available to us before? So one, Explore Lawrence Advisory Board is not the same as the TGT Program Advisory Board. That advisory board is made up of a culmination of folks from Parks and Rec and arts and culture and so on and so forth. And the advisory board for Explore Lawrence has talked about some of the gaps and missed opportunities that has come with the last 2 years of scoring because it hasn't been consistent. And we had a hiccup this past year as far as process, the implementation, and the onboarding with that. So we've had kind of 2 rocky scoring matrix, and the Explore Lawrence Advisory Board has talked about that. We've talked about how in the original ordinance and in the language, it talks about how many of that the TGT funding is not a sustainability fund, that is to be used to infuse, to, in a sense, spark programs and opportunities in our community so that we can see that, and then additional funding can be provided to that. If we're saying that the best way and the only way that could be done is by the city absorbing that, then I guess a case has been made for that I just don't agree with, and I think we're missing some voices in this conversation. We don't have Kim Onspach here from Explore Lawrence. She wasn't able to be here this evening to speak to this, and I don't know what conversations she may have had with staff on this. But I mean, in any of the iterations that have been discussed this evening, I'm not comfortable with, because what I just heard tonight was that, in order for us to meet KPIs and to provide opportunity for additional funding for things related to TGT funding, that it needs to be absorbed into the budget. And if that was the intent all along, then this conversation should have came to us long ago. It's just coming to us now because maybe it's a window opportunity. But I also feel like it's almost like an ultimatum to say that, if we choose to go a different route, then it's just TGT money. But if we choose to absorb it into the budget, into the CIP, then, there's additional possibilities that await anyone who wants to have access to this funding. And I think that's unfair to present to us tonight as a direction that I don't feel like I am comfortable making a decision on that today. And it kind of makes me feel a little bit icky, because I feel like it's being presented to us as an ultimatum to say, if we do it this way, then there's more opportunities to the money, but there won't be it if we choose to go another way. But that's just how I feel. But I do appreciate Commissioner Finkeldine helping us process through that. And it did change a little bit of my thought. It just changed it in a way that it didn't make me feel any more warm and fuzzy about it.
Well, and I guess to agree with you accidentally, the context of that is the director of Explore Lawrence before Kim was asking for many years for a larger share of the transient guest tax. And we're not having a conversation about our agreement with Explore Lawrence right now. We're having a conversation about TGT. But that funding may be involved. And so I think my icky feeling isn't necessarily that the director of Explore Lawrence isn't here, but that in that space, we're not having a broader budgetary conversation about how that money could be conceivably used differently or better in the Explore Lawrence space.
Well,
So there still will be a grant program for TGT.
That's up to you. I mean, if that's the best way to get results, I guess another way to say it is you asked for consolidation of boards and commissions. We have a reminder, we spend $500,000 a year. Say this is at no cost. It's $500,000 a year to run the boards and commissions that we have. So that was the challenge. Are we using volunteer boards and commissions effectively when they come to do a job? If the job is allocating dollars that we allocate in other places, then that's probably not a good use of their time. I'll put it that way. And that's where I think the commission had the discussion, the committee had that discussion, and that's what we're saying. If you want to get the best out of volunteer boards and commission members, is directing small amounts of money the best use of their time and thus staff's time that have to support the boards and commissions.
Right.
So you're anyway.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. Well, I still support what's being proposed.
Well, yeah, I would agree that to Commissioner Sello's point and Commissioner Shipley's point, I think we have to have a lot more discussion as we get through the budget on where it goes. But I guess this is about whether or not we have the TGT committee, 7 people reviewing applications. And I guess I'm good with the recommendation not to have that committee do it. That does not answer the question how we will do it.
Correct. That's not what we're here for.
But the question is, will it be a TGT? And I support the idea to get rid of that as that currently exists.
Yeah, that actually brings me over to support it as recommended from the boards and commissions, boards and committees on the committees, because to leave that, as Commissioner Finkeldine said, that open-endedness of how it will look, what iteration it will have down the line. So,
yep. Is that good, Sherry?
Yeah, so just to reiterate, you're accepting the recommendations with the exception of dissolving the Sustainability Advisory Board. You want us to keep it, but look at it in a reimagined. And then on the BZA and Building Code of Boards, I think what we have talked about, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll accept the recommendation, but obviously staff is going to look at that because the concerns and how we would address those concerns. And then that's really the only direction in terms of that's out of line with the recommendation. Because you're good with CPRB and HRC as long as we wait until we get the work group, but we could move forward with it once we get those recommendations.
Yeah.
Am I missing anything?
That sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We'll move on to item 3. Well, actually, let's take a break. Let's take a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Okay. Heard you, but you missed
Okay, we're back. And we are moving on to item 3 on our regular agenda, conduct a public hearing and render final decision regarding impasse between the City of Lawrence and Teamsters Group 6.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Megan Dodge. I'm the Human Resources Director here at the City of Lawrence, and I've been the lead negotiator for Group 6 negotiations with the Teamsters. Today, we're going to kick the public hearing off with a presentation that just gives you some background, an overview of the process and how we got to this point, a discussion of the issues, and then a discussion of an overview of next steps. But before I go into all of these topics, I'd like to hand it over to Zach Friedel. He's going to give us a little bit of background about the resolution and the process.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Zach Friedel. I'm Assistant City Attorney, and I'm also a member of the negotiating team. We're here tonight for an impasse hearing in our negotiations. First, I want to say that I'm very proud and happy of the work that's been accomplished during these negotiations. The city team and the employee group have come together to create a memorandum of understanding that governs the wages, fringe benefits, and working conditions for the employees in this group. We've done great work. We've agreed on almost everything. But there are a few sticky issues that we cannot agree on, and that's why we're here tonight. I don't want the fact that this is an impasse hearing to overshadow the cooperation and the work that we've achieved to get to this point. That said, because it's an impasse hearing, we are going to focus on the 3 issues that have gone to impasse and that are not agreed on at this point. We are doing this because we're following Resolution 7312. That's a resolution that was passed in 1983. It was amended in 1987, 2007, 2009, 2020, and again earlier in this meeting. So that was in the consent calendar. It's now Resolution 7511. For all of the purposes of what we're going to be talking about, there are no changes. There were some agreed upon changes or changes reflecting negotiated items that were put into 7511. But everything else is the same as 7312. So 7312, the biggest amendment in its history came in 2020 when the city permitted employee groups to work with outside groups such as Teamsters. It also increased the number of employee groups from 4 to 6. We heard during that meeting that throughout the changes that the resolution has taken over the years, one of the most important aspects is local control and a 2-party relationship between the individual employer and the employee. For that reason, one of the core tenets of Resolution 7312 and 7511 is that the city has opted out of the state process of the Public Employer-Employee Relations Act. So if we were following PIRA and we didn't have any other provisions in place, this kind of impasse could go to the Public Employee Relations Board. Instead, the resolution sets out a process for us to follow to bring the impasse to you. It also sets the process that we use for negotiations. So Teamsters and the city met 24 times since October 2022 and reached a tentative agreement on most of the items. Generally, we go through negotiations. Any items that are not resolved go to impasse. Only those items that are not resolved go to impasse. When we are at impasse, we negotiate again, try to reach an agreement. If we can't, we present our proposals to a fact finder who renders a decision. We then read that decision, we get back together and negotiate again. That was the week of October 23rd. We had 2 additional negotiation meetings. If even at that point we can't reach an agreement, then we bring it to the commission to make a decision. That's where we are today. We've been operating under the authority and the guidance of the commission to this point, so now we come to you for a hearing. The resolution gives us some guidance on what is to occur today. The City Commission shall set schedule a public hearing for the purpose of receiving explanation and supporting documentation for each party's proposals and remaining impasse issues. The deadline was met to set this hearing, and so today the considerations are before you. And the resolution continues that the City Commission shall render its decision by taking such action as it deems to be in the public interest, including the interests of the public employees involved. Considerations that the Commission may consider in evaluating the public interest shall include evidence supplied in support of the proposals, the financial situation of the city, comparison with similar comparable municipal employers in the area labor market, and other relevant considerations. The City Commission's decision shall be final and binding. So an important point is that this is not the same resolution that was used the last time that an impasse hearing came before the Commission. That was in 2019 with the Firefighters Union, IAFF. At that time, the Commission was charged with choosing one side or the other. Tonight, you have considerably more leeway to act in the public interest as you deem fit. So today, we're going to present you with our perspectives and ask you to render a decision. From there, the parties will again work together to finalize the contract, which will then be up for approval both by the employees covered by the agreement and the Commission. And I'll turn it back over to Megan.
All right, before I kick off, we'd like to talk about just who is covered by Group 6. So as you know, the resolution that governs this entire process does describe the types of positions that are to be included in each group. For Group 6, this is a little bit unique because we have positions covered by multiple, within multiple departments. And so, and you'll see our city negotiating team here in the room with us representing different departments. So when looking at the list of positions here, I'm not going to read each one, but they're generally loosely divided or evenly divided between Parks and Recreation and Municipal Services and Operations. So these are the positions that we've determined to be included in Group 6 based on the guidance from the resolution. We also have one parking control technician that is to be included in this group. So like Zach mentioned, we are really proud of our partnership with the Teamsters and on a lot of the progress that has been made during our negotiating process. You'll see just some of the items that we've agreed upon are listed here on this slide. We've agreed upon the majority of the memorandum of understanding that will eventually come to you for agreement. Basically, 21 of the 24 articles have already been agreed upon. We call it T8 or tentatively agreed upon. To highlight a few of them, we've come to a resolution on wages for next year and for the following 2 years of the agreement. Next year, we're looking at a 2.5% wage adjustment plus a step increase. This amounts to 7.5% wage increase for most of the employees covered by Group 6, and this mirrors what most employees will be getting next year as well. It also spells out wage increases, step increases, and wage openers for the out years. A wage opener is an opportunity for the two parties to come back together and renegotiate wages in the out years, but that's not included for next year. So we're proud of that progress that we've made. The other agreements that we've made include important pay benefits that we know are really important to both the organization and to all of our employees, such as overtime, holiday pay, callback pay, things like that. Important provisions like vacation time, various benefits provided to employees, including health insurance. Our career advancement program, this is something I'd like to highlight. In municipal services and operations, this is a program that's been in existence for a couple years and is available, and it spells out that it will continue to be available to employees in Group 6. But after some good conversation with the Teamsters, we are extending it to Parks and Recreation, to some of the employees in Group 6, supporting efforts to get CDLs and pesticide certifications. We also did some good work together with the Teamsters on safety, creating a safety committee process that engages our employees and brings their voices to the table to make sure that we're hearing their concerns and developing procedures that uphold safety throughout everything we do in Group 6 and across the organization. Also, we discussed uniforms and just making sure that employees have what they need to do their jobs. So before we start talking about the issues, the three issues that are impasse, I want to highlight real quick our strategic plan. So as we entered into this negotiating process, we really wanted to uphold our commitment in the strategic plan to engage and empower teams. And it was mentioned earlier that our commitments are a lens for looking at the work that we do and how we conduct ourselves in that work we do. All of our commitments and outcomes were really important in this process, but really with engaged and empowered teams, we held that at heart, and it helped us advance through all of these discussions, and hopefully you'll hear it highlighted when we're talking about the 3 issues at impasse. So with engaged and empowered teams, we really highlight that people throughout the organization are trusted, supported, and cared for as we build community. So what does it look like to activate engaged and empowered teams and use it as a guiding principle through negotiations? This slide just highlights some of the ways that we're committed to engage and empower teams in our negotiating process. We uphold citywide priorities such as competitive compensation for all city employees, including employees included in Group 6. We uphold safety, like I mentioned earlier about the safety committees. We extend benefits when appropriate to all city employees. So a couple recent examples have been our parental leave policy that was implemented a couple years ago. That's been extended to all employees, as well as allowing employees to use sick leave to care for family members. Those are 2 recent changes that we knew would be important to employees no matter what group they're included in or if they're not covered by a union. We also, in building an engaged, empowered workforce, we want to make sure there are ample and meaningful opportunities for employees to be engaged on important topics. So things like helping us create a healthcare insurance for our employees. That's the healthcare committee. I mentioned our safety committees. Those are just a couple examples and things that we uphold throughout our negotiating process. Finally, I talked about that, how diverse this group is. We do have positions across multiple departments, and we worked hard to make sure that this was an MOU that was really meaningful to those employees, and it took some really good back and forth and creativity to do that. And we recognize that there is a role in unique issues and special considerations to be made for employees organized into each of these groups per our resolution. However, there's also many situations where we are concerned about equity. We want to make sure there's a common employee experience when they're working for the City of Lawrence, and that sometimes we do have benefits, we have issues that are common across all groups and for all city employees, and we want to uphold equity and recognize that some of the challenges and issues are the same across, and that employees across each work group work alongside each other every single day, regardless of what group they're covered by or if they're even covered by a group. Those are some of the things that were guiding us with engaged and empowered teams. So while we've made all of that progress, we do still have 3 issues that we're asking for your determination to help us move forward with this MOU. The 3 issues at impasse are listed here. The first one is the grievance procedure. Second is emergency closure pay. And issue number 3 is campsite cleanup pay. So the next several slides will go over each of the issues, starting with issue 1, the grievance procedure. So when you look at our MOUs and that we already have with the Teamsters, there are essentially 2 paths that an employee or a group of employees can take if they want to file a grievance with the city. The first one is the individual grievance process. Basically, if an employee, for example, receives a disciplinary action, they can choose, and they want to appeal it, they can choose to go through a multi-step process, starting with their supervisor, moving to the department director level, and it can eventually go to a board. And this is the same individual grievance process that is available to all city employees. Now, when we look at organizing and coming up with an MOU with a group like the Teamsters, there's going to be an additional grievance process called the group grievance process. And that's really what we're focused on today with issue number 1. Not the individual grievance process, but the group one. So what is a group grievance? A group grievance involves multiple employees in the employee group. They will get together with the union, and they will file a grievance about contract interpretation, about how the city is implementing or interpreting a provision in the MOU, in the contract. So typically, it does not relate to a city employee. It's not related to, a disciplinary action with one city employee. Rather, like I said, it's about the interpretation of policy or the MOU. So I'd like to talk about what the city's final offer on issue number 1 is. We are upholding the same process for group grievances that we have in the other 2 MOUs that we have with the Teamsters. It's a 2-step process that's listed here, and I know that's a lot to read, so I'll highlight just how it plays out. In step 1, if the employee organization wants to submit a grievance, they'll start with the department director. The department director will meet with the employee organization, consider the issues, attempt to resolve it, and then within 7 days offers their decision. If the employee organization is not satisfied with that decision, they can choose to appeal it to the city manager. In step 2, the city manager will consider the issue, will meet with the employee organization, and then within 7 days would issue their decision. I want to note that we did originally tentatively agree upon in negotiations on this article, but then later the Teamsters did come back and say they wanted to add step 3. So what they're proposing is to add step 3, which is binding arbitration for group grievances. This would take a grievance, an issue, to an outside arbitrator who would hold a hearing and make a final binding decision about the way the MOU or policy should be implemented. And we see no reason why we need to be inconsistent for this group as compared to the other MOUs that we have with the Teamsters. Oops. Okay, just to highlight our concerns about binding arbitration and why we don't see it necessary to add that 3rd step. First off, bringing in a binding arbitrator from outside the organization brings in a decision-making voice that does not have, that has a lack of familiarity with city-specific work and issues. Oftentimes, these issues, these challenges have a long history, many players, and some nuance. And we're concerned with just bringing an outside arbitrator in to try to hold a hearing and make a binding decision without consideration of all of those many factors. Also, this works against our commitment to engaged and empowered teams. We believe adding a binding arbitrator to the grievance process would discourage teams from resolving challenges together, and it could encourage escalation of disputes to try to reach that 3rd step. Really, what we're trying to encourage with engaged and empowered teams is resolving issues within our teams. And we do acknowledge that sometimes we do need to bring the director in, we do need to bring the city manager in, and there's a process that works for that. Also, binding arbitration commits public funds, and I'll talk about that at a later slide, but we're concerned with how many funds it could commit, and it could be hard to budget for that. Also, this would provide the city with no opportunity to appeal. So the binding arbitrator would come in, issue their decision, and the city could not appeal the process or the decision. Finally, we truly believe that local officials are the ones best suited, best equipped to lay out our process for how we work with unions per our resolution and to help us resolve these issues. And we're really concerned that bringing in a binding arbitrator would curtail city commission authority to oversee that process. I want to highlight for each issue the fact finder recommendation. So like Zach said, through this impasse process, we did work with a fact finder. We had a hearing, and there's that report where recommendations were provided for each issue. On this one, the fact finder encouraged the 2 parties, the city and the Teamsters, to return to the table and find a creative solution. So when we returned to the table with the Teamsters in the last 2 meetings, we did provide an idea kind of as a acknowledging that we could bring in a 3rd party to help with a decision process, and we can talk about that more if you'd like, but the Teamsters did not accept that proposal. So the city did try to come in and bring a creative solution. Also, on each of the three issues, I'll talk about a couple of the considerations that the commission's to review in helping us make these decisions in the impasse hearing. The first one is financial impact. So we know that this can be hard to quantify, but first we know for the process there would be some cost of hiring a binding arbitrator to come in, review all of the information, hold a hearing, their time for developing their final binding decision. While we haven't gone through this process necessarily, we do know from the city of Topeka that this can range from a minimum of about $3,200 per case up to a max of about $11,336. with the average cost being about $8,787. So we just looked at another organization that has something similar in place to get an idea of what this could cost the city. Also, after an arbitrator makes a binding decision, the city would be responsible for implementing that decision. And we really don't know, that could have, right now, unquantifiable budget impacts because we really don't know what the decisions would be, what the issues would be, but we're really concerned with that potential, and there's no way to budget for that or foresee what the issues might be to be able to quantify what that could be. But there would be likely some operational costs to the city. Also, we're supposed to look at other comparable organizations. We know that other organizations that have organized with the Teamsters do have binding arbitration. For example, I believe Shawnee County, Topeka, Unified Government. But otherwise, the organizations that we look to for things like this, like Lenexa, Olathe, and Overland Park, don't necessarily have binding arbitration, but I'll also note that they don't have MOUs and agreements with the Teamsters. So I think that's one big difference. I also want to note again that we did, as a city, choose to opt out of PIRA. And so therefore, we really, with this, see that we need to create a process that works for the city of Lawrence and that supports the kind of workplace culture that we're trying to create. Adding binding arbitration does not achieve those objectives. Moving on to issue number 2, emergency closure pay. So essentially, I see that this became a cause for concern, an issue to highlight during COVID-19. The city of Lawrence, just like many other employers, especially in the public sector, had to continue to provide essential services, make sure that the doors were still open, we were still providing those essential services, and our employees were able to do so and paid to do so. So during that time, the nature of work changed, as we all know. The organization and the way that we deliver services and work, we became more nimble. Many employees learned how to work from home, which helps us stay really flexible in emergency situations. Now, coming out of that, acknowledging that the nature of work has changed and that hopefully the pandemic is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, we do know that occasionally, due to emergency situations like a blizzard, we might have to close down city facilities. So we created and I also want to highlight this is a really rare occurrence. This happens, in the last couple years since I've been here, it's happened once or twice a year. We've had to shut down a city facility because it just wasn't safe enough for all employees to come to work. And those that did need to come to work, we wanted to keep people off the streets so that people could get to work more safely. So as we were rolling that out, questions came up about employees that worked from home, how we would pay them. If they couldn't work from home, how we could make them whole. So we created this policy that I'll review here in a moment. But in creating this policy, we consulted the Teamsters and received their feedback, made some edits to the policy based on that feedback. And I'll go over the policy here in a moment, but now the Teamsters are requesting additional leave or pay for employees that are still required to come into work in person when a city facility is closed or during an emergency situation. And we see this as unnecessary. One main reason that we see it as unnecessary is that we believe that employees coming to work, doing the job on the front line, that's an essential function contained within our job responsibilities. for many positions. We're already compensating for employees performing those functions, and we're committed to that competitive compensation. And we believe it's that work coming and performing that frontline work is included in job responsibilities. And I want to highlight too that I think together with the Teamsters, we really appreciate and value those employees that come and provide that frontline work when other people are working from home, when our residents are relying on us sometimes more than ever, when we have a blizzard and things like that. So we want to recognize the importance of that work. But again, it creates, if we provide additional pay for employees in Group 6, it creates equity issues across the organization. We know that there are employees in every group and employees that are not covered by a union who, when a city facility closes, they are still coming to work in person and having to do that essential frontline work. And we see no reason why we would do a carve-out, a special program for just Group 6 employees and not others. Okay, I mentioned that we created this policy. It's called the Facility Closures and Emergency Situations Policy, and it's in our employee handbook, and it applies to all employees. It essentially establishes communication, work expectations, and compensation protocol during emergency situations. So it iterates that our regular compensation and pay policies apply for those required to work. So things that employees really rely upon, like overtime, would still apply when they're coming in and doing those work when a facility is closed. It also spells out that employees who don't have to come in physically when we're closed, but for whatever reason are not able to perform their work remotely, that they will still be made whole. We don't want an employee to have to use their own leave or to not get paid their full paycheck just because we had to shut down City Hall, for example. I believe that's a rare occurrence. Most employees have learned how to work from home if they're not essential employees that have to report to work during an emergency situation, but we really want to make sure that employees are made whole. So that is what the policy does. And it's also what our final proposal with issue number 2 happens to be. So like I mentioned, there are a number of policies or procedures and benefits that we see as sensible for applying across employee groups because of that common employee experience. And so our final proposal is simply that our policy here that I just described would apply to Group 6 employees like it applies to others. But then the Teamsters' final proposal is that employees that are required to come in and perform that work in person during a closure or an emergency situation would receive hour-for-hour compensation time, for that work performed. And I'll talk about kind of the details of how that might look or some of our questions around that, but that's what the Teamsters' final proposal looks like. So I want to highlight real quick what the fact finder's recommendation is for issue number 2. The fact finder's report says that they did not find an argument for additional compensation to be persuasive. So the Teamsters did provide a couple other examples of where something like this happens, but the fact finder did not see that warranted a finding in favor of the union's position. In looking at the considerations for the commission, we looked at Parks and Recreation and Municipal Services and Operations to look at, keeping in mind that this policy would only activate on a rare occasion. Hopefully just once or twice a year we'd have to use it. But total cost per day, like if we had a shutdown for a whole day, total cost for Parks and Recreation would be around $14,000 in compensation. That is total, so that would be the pay plus the additional time, the hour-for-hour time that would be provided if the Teamsters proposal was enacted. And I'll note that in Group 6, that would be for Parks and Rec, that would be for all of the positions included in Group 6 under that department. Now looking at municipal services and operations, about 16 employees would be deemed essential, and so would still need to come and report to work during a closure. The total cost of that would be about $9,000 per day if this policy were enacted. Looking at other comparable organizations, I know that the Teamsters might have a couple, but in our research, we didn't find evidence of other organizations that have something like this in an MOU. Okay, finally moving on to issue number 3, campsite cleanup. So I want to note that this is a new issue for this negotiation. We haven't seen this topic come up in negotiations. We don't have it specifically addressed in any of our MOUs. We did have some good conversation with the Teamsters when they brought this forward and throughout negotiations about some of the concerns that they'd heard from employees in this group, and we worked with the Teamsters on some language to address some of that. So making sure that employees have proper PPE when they're performing this work, appropriate training, and notifying employees within 24 hours before they're to be expected to perform a campsite cleanup. So those are some of the areas we agreed upon with the Teamsters in this article of campsite cleanup. I'll also note that we talked about the Parks and Recreation departmental procedure or policy and how that work is performed at the department level. We discussed that together with the Teamsters, and I understand that based on that conversation in negotiations, some updates were made to that procedure. And so we were listening and were nimble and made some updates based on those conversations. I also want to note that our process of the safety committee that really does engage employees from this group and all throughout the different groups within the city is a really good place for concerns about any of our tasks and responsibilities, including campsite cleanup, to be addressed and to be worked through. So if there's a concern out there in the field, employees could come to something called a tailgate talk within the safety committee process and share, hey, this is happening, I'm concerned about this. Let's work on a solution and come up with the best safety practice so that we can activate that and have a safe organization. And so there is a process in place where we can address some of those concerns on a regular, ongoing basis. I also want to note that during negotiations, while we discussed the departmental policy in Parks and Recreation, we also offered to refer to that policy in the MOU, but that wasn't sufficient. It is clear that the Teamsters do want additional pay for providing this work, and I'll talk about that here in a minute. We see no need for additional leave or pay for performing these essential tasks. We know that there are employees across the organization that are working with this community that are supporting the work, the important work of campsite cleanup. And again, we don't see a reason to carve out Group 6 employees for performing this specific task. Looking at what the fact finder said about issue number 3, the fact finder did acknowledge that this work is different, but did not support compensation time like the Teamsters are proposing, did say that perhaps a different pay scale for these specific duties would be warranted. But from the city's perspective, we've already addressed compensation issues with our wage agreements in the MOU, with our overall compensation plan that was implemented about 2 years ago that really does uphold competitive wages for all city employees and takes into consideration all of the essential job responsibilities covered by all city employees. So looking at the considerations for the commission, the financial impact, Parks and Recreation estimated that per hour, the total cost of performing this work is about $25,376. So this again would be the straight wages plus that hour for hour pay that the Teamsters are requesting. And then we acknowledge too that, like I said earlier, this is not an issue that you typically see in an MOU, and so we weren't able to find in our comparators other organizations that talk about campsite cleanup in an MOU. So for issues 2 and 3, they are similar, and we have general concerns across both of them. So what the Teamsters are requesting for both is essentially an hour for hour compensation time for time spent on these duties. So time spent working on the front lines during a closure, that would be hour-for-hour compensation time. And then time spent performing campsite cleanup, they're requesting hour-for-hour compensation time for employees performing these tasks in Group 6. I want to make sure that we understand the difference between when we hear comp time in the city, we are referring to compensatory time. Compensatory time is a longstanding city policy that applies to all employees, and it's in compliance with the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, overtime rules. And it allows employees to get comp time at 1.5 hours of the hours they worked in excess of their regular shift. So in other words, if an employee is working overtime, over 40 hours, they can accrue comp time. And they can also, if they exceed a limit, they can get paid out at the overtime rate. So that is the way that the city complies with the FLSA, and it's a longstanding and really important policy in place for employees, and it's also one that we uphold with our MOUs. It's also an administrative task to make sure that we're implementing that comp time policy. So that's separate. This is what the Teamsters are proposing is compensation time. Essentially, employees getting paid at their regular rate, regardless of whether they're working overtime, plus hour-for-hour compensation. So what the Teamsters are requesting is to be able to accrue that compensation time, and then if it reaches a max, to be able to be paid out for that. So that is separate from our compensatory time policy, and we see it as administratively burdensome it would require us to create a new leave or pay program within our payroll system and to figure out how to roll that out. So it's not the same thing as comp time. It would be essentially a whole new program that we would need to implement. So, in addition to kind of the administrative burdens that would be with activating this, we are concerned with consistency and equity for all city employees and that common employee experience. We know there are employees, again, doing these important tasks across the organization, no matter what department, no matter what group they're in, and we see no need for a carve-out just for these employees included in Group 6, while others throughout the organization do this important, critical work every day as well. So moving forward, we are, again, proud of the work that we've done with the Teamsters in negotiations, and we'll continue to uphold engaged and empowered teams and work with the Teamsters toward creating safe working conditions and upholding appropriate compensation and other important benefits to all employees, including those in Group 6. So again, the next steps are for the Commission to help us make a final determination on these 3 issues at impasse. Following that, we'll work with the Teamsters to finalize the MOU, essentially weaving in the 3 decisions. The covered employees in Group 6 would need to approve that, followed by Commission approval, with an effective date of January 1st, 2024. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. Appreciate that. Any questions for Megan? Oh, I guess we'll wait for questions after, I guess.
Madam Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Matt Hall. I'm Secretary Treasurer and Business Agent for Teamsters Local 696. I'm going to try to keep my comments brief. With anyone that knows me, though, that's going to be a lot of self-control with that. We went through this long process for this MOU. The items in front of you are what the employee has identified as what they need to make sure that their job is better and make sure the city is better. Some of these items are very common in this region for public employee contracts and are very, very reasonable. These issues are in line with Lawrence values of equity, fairness, and respect. Commission, you have 2 decisions tonight. Do you have the faith and trust that these employees have a say in their own work site, can tell you what they need for their work to make the city better? And do you have the courage to stand with them as they've stood with us through the pandemic to make sure that Lawrence is safe, clean, and unique? Talking a little bit about the issues, I know the city put on the presentation some concerns with some of these things. Every single one of those concerns we feel for binding arbitration we talked about. They put as a concern, it's the cost. We offered to share the cost. They put as a concern no appeal. The fact finder report asked for an appeal. We told them we were open to an appeal. They put as a concern limiting the scope, that it's too broad. The fact finder report said that, and we said we were open to that as well. I know they talked about Lenexa Overland Park not having this. Lenexa and Overland Park, to my knowledge, doesn't have MOUs with any union at all. Unless things have changed recently, I don't believe they're unionized at all. So there would be no way for them to have that in an MOU if they don't have MOUs. Topeka, Wyandotte County, Shawnee County, the school district do have binding arbitration in there. So it is common in this region. For the second issue, it's not a carve out. It's a unique process for this unique group. This group is different than other groups. These employees said, this is what we want. These employees proposed this. Other groups and other employees through their processes haven't proposed some of these issues. And so they wouldn't be a carve out special for them. That's all I got today. But we also have Mike Amash, our general counsel, is going to be speaking as well.
Good evening. Again, my name is Michael Amash. I'm counsel to Teamsters Local 696. I am happy to be here with everybody today, and I truly appreciate the work that went into this contract by city staff, a lot of city staff, by the union, and I appreciate the commission being open and hearing both parties today and trying to bring this to final resolution. It's an important process for the city and for these employees. It's an extremely significant process. As Matt stated, the three issues that you're looking at today are brought forth because they are priorities of your employees. They are priorities of, these are not priorities that the union placed on them. These are what your employees believe they need to have a more fair and equitable workplace. That is why they've been carried through to this point, through fact-finding and to the commission. And I would state at the outset that we did go to a fact-finder and put on evidence and testimony and examples. And that fact-finder gave a written recommendation, and that really should be, in the union's position, a significant guide in this conversation of what the fact finder felt and what the fact finder recommended. But to start on the issues at hand, the first issue is the grievance procedure and binding arbitration. Binding arbitration as proposed by the union, and again, and it was well described by the city in its presentation, is a limited binding arbitration provision that the union is asking for, related to group grievances, right? Contract grievances. So the union really pared down its request to try to get binding arbitration on these group grievances. Binding arbitration is tried, true, trusted, and tested. It is the standard of labor relations in this country since the post-World War II era. It is common, it is commonly practiced, and it has proven itself to be fair, efficient, cost-effective, and reliable. That is why it is so widely used. In its proposal, again, the union is looking for binding arbitration provisions on these group or contract interpretation grievances. The union provided multiple examples of binding arbitration provisions in public sector contracts in the state of Kansas. Shawnee County, City of Topeka, Wyandotte County, and the City of Lawrence all have collective bargaining agreements, memorandum of understandings with binding arbitration. This is not an outlier provision. This is not new. This is not unique. This is not something that has not been utilized effectively by public employers throughout the state and throughout the country, frankly. Without binding arbitration and the process as it stands today, the union is left with really the only recourse is to file a lawsuit in state court here in Kansas. And if cost is important, if efficiency is important, and if collegiality and camaraderie among employees and management is important, filing lawsuits in state court is not an effective way to accomplish these things. It does just the opposite. So that is why we would like to limit that, prevent that from occurring in the future by getting a binding arbitration process. If the union went to negotiations and told the city that it wanted the union representative, Mike Scribner, to decide all grievances at step 2, it would rightfully rebuke that. It would not allow the union business representative to be the final decision maker on grievances. That's because, not that Mike Scribner's not a good, honest person, but he's clearly biased and he is adverse to the city, as is in one side of the contract. That is the situation as it exists today. The city manager is the final decider on a grievance. The city manager is inherently biased and adverse. That is not a negative comment on the city manager, on the city manager's character. That is just a practical reality. The need and the desire for an arbitrator is that you have a neutral person that will come and hear evidence, understand the issue, because they are a professional who does that regularly, that looks at labor contracts and decides issues on labor contracts on a regular basis, and issues a final and binding decision that brings resolution to the issue. And that resolution is so significant. You get resolution and you move on. Right? And in a few years, you negotiate a new contract. But the binding arbitration with a neutral arbitrator allows for a fair and equitable process. It allows for finality, and it allows for an efficient process. I think efficiency is important. You want grievances heard in an expedited fashion, and the parties can agree to procedures in an arbitration provision that allow for expeditious and efficient processing of grievances. That's something they can do by agreement and is found in myriad other collective bargaining agreements. So again, the fact finder provided some guidance with regard to arbitration, and the fact finder stated that he was left solely with the information presented. He could easily recommend in favor of the union's position on the union's final binding arbitration provision. But he said, because the parties could, they should go back and they should negotiate a form of arbitration that will address the concerns of both parties. And I believe the parties can do that. The concern of the union is to have a neutral arbitrator issue a final binding decision. The concerns of the city for limited appeals can be handled. The concerns of the city for a fast and efficient and cost-effective process can be handled through a very reasonable grievance arbitration process. So again, as the fact finder kind of leading us through this and having been the one heard all the testimony, the fact finder really did find that an arbitration provision, as the union suggested, is the best method here, and implored the parties to figure out a way to get that done. And I still think the parties can figure out a way to get that done. Moving on from fact-finding. Before I do so, I do want to stay, and Mr. Hall mentioned it, but it relates that the fact that the city opted out of PIRA is the city's right. The city established its own resolution to handle labor relations. The fact that other municipalities that we referenced that have contracts that have binding arbitration are in PIRA is not really relevant. As Mr. Hall stated, other municipalities, Lenexa and others that were referenced, simply don't have memorandum of agreements and don't have labor unions with memorandum of agreements, so there would be no opportunity for a binding arbitration. Really, the only peers that you could look to that would have memorandums of understanding with binding arbitration would be Shawnee County, Topeka, Wyandotte County, of course yourselves. And so that's why, those are good comparators to look to when you're looking at this issue. Emergency closure. The city emphasized, and we agree, that you want equity among employees. Part of equity is understanding the unique nature of unique jobs. This will go for both emergency closure and campsite cleanup. Not all jobs are the same. Not all job requirements are the same. Not what is asked of employees is not all the same in different circumstances. Emergency closure provision bargained by the union is a recognition of that, as is campsite cleanup. It is a recognition of the unique nature of a job. And because of the unique nature of the job, these provisions will bring greater equity to those jobs. In its final proposal, as stated, the union proposed that employees who are deemed essential during an emergency closure receive compensatory time equal to the number of hours worked during that closure. The union proposed that because the city has an existing compensatory time structure. Administratively, you are just adding into that compensatory time structure and do not need to create an entire new administrative structure to handle compensatory time. There is already a bucket of compensatory time that this would feed into. The union, of course, provided examples of other municipalities or other public sector employers in the state of Kansas, Shawnee County and the city of Topeka, with emergency closure provisions very similar to this. And it's important to note that in an emergency closure situation, and under the union's proposal, wouldn't change this, the city of Lawrence is vested with the authority to determine both when to declare an emergency closure and what employees are deemed essential. So the city still controls when we have an emergency and when we have a closure. The union is not divesting city or city management of their authority in those things. It is simply recognizing that there's a unique thing that many employees have to do. They go out in the storm, right? They go out in the storm to serve the public. The policy that the city put forward does nothing for them. It pays them their regular pay that they would be due and owing. It tells other employees, you can stay home because you're deemed non-essential, and we will continue to make you whole, which is good. And the union is not suggesting that is not good and that is not what should be done. It should be done. But these are the employees going out in the storm so that they can clear the roads for ambulance, fire, police, for other citizens to get to work and to do their jobs. And so it is very common and we believe very equitable to provide extra compensation for the employees who are asked to do that, because the work that is asked is not equitable. Other employees are not asked to go out into that storm. The final issue at play is campsite cleanup. I believe the city presentation very aptly stated, can't find a lot of comparators for this because this is a very new and, again, a unique issue. It is a very new and unique issue. So I do a lot of collective bargaining. This is the first time something like campsite cleanup in my 17 years of collective bargaining has ever come up. So yeah, you're not going to find a lot of comparators, which only highlights the unique nature of this. And again, bringing equity to the individuals that are asked to engage in this process is significant and is significant to the bargaining unit. Again, the union proposed that employees required to work to perform campsite cleanup receive compensatory time equal to the number of hours worked, so 1 for 1. It's a unique task performed by city employees, and the fact finder, frankly, was clear that he agreed that additional compensation should be due. The fact finder stated, all indications are that the work is qualitatively different than the normal daily duties of the Parks and Rec workers. Accordingly, at the very least, perhaps a different pay scale is warranted for these specific duties. So again, taking the fact finder as our guide, The fact finder hearing all the evidence from both the union and the city during the hearing on this matter determined that, yes, actually, this is qualitatively different. This is unique, and additional compensation is due. And so the union asks, and as this gets discussed and debated, that its 3 proposals are taken and included in the memorandum of understanding. Binding arbitration in a limited fashion for only those group grievances, campsite cleanup, additional pay, compensation for campsite cleanup, and for emergency closures. These are the priorities of the employees in the bargaining unit. If they were not the priorities of the employees in the bargaining unit, they would not have been brought to this point in time. At this time, I've gone on incoherently rambling for long enough. Anybody who has questions would love to, that anything needs to be clarified, I would love to answer any questions that there might be.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So any questions for any of the parties?
I had one to go ahead and start us off. Megan, I believe you mentioned there was a compromise floated regarding the first issue, binding arbitration.
Yeah, so the city had drafted some language that is essentially adding a step 3, and it would allow for the 2 parties to bring in a fact finder that would consider the issue and at impasse, or sorry, not at impasse, at the group grievance issue, would hold some sort of a hearing where both parties would submit evidence, and then the fact finder would submit findings in the formative advisory decision. So I think the crux of it is that in our proposal, what we had provided as an idea, what we saw as a creative solution, it would be an advisory decision that would be then considered by the city manager. It would not be binding. So we do acknowledge, like the Teamsters point out, that there can be a role for a neutral person to come in from the outside and to look at the facts, kind of like we do with fact finding as part of this impasse process. But again, our proposal would not have a third party come in and make a binding decision that the city would be required to implement. I don't know if, Zach, you had more to add about that. Oh, yeah. I also wanted to highlight that in the contract the city has with the police union, the LPOA, there's a similar process in place for group grievances, essentially bringing in a third party, if necessary, in that third step to issue an advisory opinion. So again, this would be a third step after the city manager has considered it. If the union wishes to continue the process, is not satisfied with the city manager's decision, it could go to that third step, bringing in that fact finder. Does that help?
Yes. And after that third step, would it come to us? Or anything of the sort, and with, kind of any sort of for or against any justification from the city manager of their stance? Yeah,
so the process would allow for the union, if they're not satisfied with the final written decision by the city manager in that step 3, for the decision to be submitted in a confidential report to the City Commission. The City Commission could decide, based on that report, if any alteration in policy is necessary in that case. So, if the city manager's decision comes and all the evidence tells the commission that we need to modify the MOU or clarify anything, there would be a process in place for that. But that would be the last step if the union wanted to take that step.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
May I respond to that question?
Sure.
Sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that. A couple things with regard to that. Number one, in the city's proposal, they're introducing an outside third-party fact finder. That undermines any argument that the concern is the cost of of a neutral arbitrator, the cost of that fact finder is going to be the same as a neutral arbitrator. So you're adding in whatever de minimis costs you're going to have by bringing in a fact finder. What you're not getting is the value of that fact finder, because you're not getting a binding arbitration. You're not getting a neutral person giving a binding decision on that arbitration. You are spending money to get a non-binding decision that can be overturned again by the city itself. So if you are going to add cost structure, make it meaningful cost structure. And again, when you're looking at what are we arbitrating, right? What are we going to a neutral over? You already have a contract, right? That the commissions agreed to, that the unions agreed to. There are perhaps interstices, issues within that you are filling. When you introduce binding arbitration with a neutral, you compel reasonableness from the parties. Because they know they're going to have to put that in front of a neutral who's going to objectively look at that without any preconceived notions of the issue, just with the facts as presented to them by the parties. And they're going to rule without any concern because they have no bias or loyalty to one side or the other. They are totally neutral. So both parties in that context are really compelled by the process, frankly, to be more reasonable, because if you go in with an unreasonable position, that neutral is going to certainly rule against you. So what you want to bargain for is that neutral's decision. And if you are going to add, if you are concerned about cost, then adding a neutral who then is not binding, frankly, is taking good money and not getting value for it. Get value for it by getting a binding decision that the parties can live with. Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I actually.
Go ahead.
On the third option, or the third issue.
Campsite cleanup?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it. How many other groups besides Group 6 enact in that activity?
So specifically, and I might ask for help from my colleagues here. Derek, if you want to join me, you're welcome to. But I believe with campsite cleanup, it is primarily employees covered by Group 6. Okay. Although there's support. Oh, and Casey might jump into. Or,
I was going to say that sometimes we.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, so there are employees from Group 4 and Group 5 who support in that campsite cleanup.
I was just going to say, and there's times too that it goes outside the group. We may have an all-call through our department to help clean up, or community members that help us, or we facilitate, collaborate all the time between MSO and Parks and Rec, depending on the size of cleanup and location.
And yeah, so employees also not covered by groups and in other groups not even mentioned are supporting this work. It's just kind of, and I know it can be a case-by-case basis, just in that sometimes one campsite might have unique issues or challenges, so we need to pull in partners from other departments and even partners from outside the organization as well. So it is truly a collaborative effort.
But, okay, in that regard, though, how many persons actually do that direct cleanup, that coming in contact with the materials that Parks and Rec have to for their job?
Mark Hecker, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. So it depends on the size of the camp cleanup. So we've kind of evolved this process over the last 3 years where we've gotten a lot better at how many people we need to send. So when we go out and assess the site, when we post the site, we look at how much staff is going to need to be involved. Sometimes it's 2 people. It's maybe a skid loader and a truck driver. Or sometimes it's 6 people because the debris has been scattered more across the park. So it really varies. We're averaging about 1 a week where we're cleaning up throughout the parks. If we stay on top of it, it's not a hard deal. If we let it go too long, it becomes a much bigger deal. When you get multiple sites in one area, it starts to become a much bigger cleanup task. So if we do it right, it's only a couple of people for an hour to go out and pick up what's there. If we let it go, it could be a 4 or 5 person crew for half a day.
Okay. And how often are we doing it?
I say average once a week. There's some weeks we don't do any. There's some weeks where, we'll do something on a Tuesday and something on a Friday.
Okay.
But they're usually posted or reported to us by the public, or our staff notice them. So, Centennial Park, there's one in the ditch down there. Somebody will report that, either public or our staff. And then we set the process in to start the city manager's notice, the city attorney's notice, the Burt Nash folks. So we say, hey, we're going to post next Wednesday. Let everybody know. We go post, and then we go assess it, and then we go clean up.
Okay. And the PPE is part of the policy. Can
Mm-hmm.
you go into more explanation with that?
Sure. PPE basically, and we've talked a lot about that with the union negotiation, is what do we want, what do we need? If there's something that staff want, we provide it. That's very simple. And, gloves, face protection, eye protection, if we need boots, if we need whatever we need. So if the thing we've really changed recently is we have the supervisor or manager go in and assess the situation before we send crews. So in other words, they go in and look and say, okay, to clean this up, we're good with, a skid loader and a truck. Or we see some things that maybe require a higher degree of hazardous material handling. So if they look at it ahead of time and assess it, then we could define what staff might need for PPE, or that we need to eliminate this before we send staff in. So.
Okay. And, okay. And what kind of training? Like, I know that there's an ongoing training portion of it. I was just curious about that.
There is, and it's a continuing effort because we change staff over year to year.
Mm-hmm.
So, we do hazardous materials training. We do bloodborne pathogen training. We do chemical control containment training. And some of these tie to other things we do. So a lot of the chemical handling is things we do with pesticide application. And what if there's a spill? How do we contain spills? What do we do with that? So those trainings, and different staff are involved with different one. We really do bloodborne pathogens with a lot of our building staff because we get, bloody noses or whatever throughout the buildings. But the park staff also get it because they work in all the public restrooms throughout the city. So this, I guess what I would say is what they're encountering at these camps is not a lot different than what we encounter in a lot of other areas in our department. So just if you think about cleaning up all the restrooms every day we have to clean the restrooms. Every day we clean all the shelters. Every day we clean all the buildings. So we encounter the same things both with campsite cleanups and our usual facility cleaning.
Okay.
Who's in group 4 and 5?
Group 4 is solid waste. Go ahead. Group 5 is, so both Group 4 and 5 are municipal services and operations employees. So Group 5, of course, is our solid waste group. Group 5, you might better describe Group 5.
Well, this is Melissa Sieben, Director of Municipal Services and Operations. It's the first time I'm talking. For Group 5, it's primarily what we would call our field operations group that would be assisting with Mitch and Mark and Derek's team on campsite cleanups. We're not out there as often as Mark's group is because we're just now getting into some maybe of the right-of-way issues where we're trying to partner differently with our different departments on those cleanups. But it's primarily our field folks. They go out there, they're taking skid loaders, and then they have all the same training and access to PPE. And we have a real focus on safety, as you know, within municipal services. And this is no different. We're, refining our procedures and protocols as we go.
So they're mainly with bringing the heavy equipment in?
Mainly heavy equipment. I would say solid waste generally, it's bringing in a dumpster for that type of cleanup operation. And then occasionally in the downtown area, they will run into different issues related to solid waste as it pertains to the unhoused.
Mayor, I have a couple of questions. And if we can have Melissa and Mark come back, I want to hear it from both MSOs. department and from Parks and Rec. So I know we talked a little bit about consent as it relates to PPE, and I want to talk about consent as it relates to those who participate in the cleanup. And I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So no individual is forced to do a cleanup if they don't want to do one.
I wouldn't say forced. So we go by division. So if there's a park district, there's a campsite in a certain park district, it goes through the staffing in that district. And if we don't have enough staff there that day that can do the work, then we go to other park districts, or we'll talk to MSO about if they can supplement. So I don't feel like we've forced anyone. I mean,
so if someone in that park district does not want to participate in a cleanup, what happens?
I guess we haven't encountered that.
So any person that's part of a district, if it's been a cleanup in their district, they've agreed, they've consented to being a part of the cleanup.
Yeah, the way I term it is it's part of the job, and we haven't really had staff push back that I'm not doing it, period. So I can't really answer that because I don't have that experience.
Okay. And then I heard in regards to PPE, to the Vice Mayor's question, about if there's something that staff needs, they can ask for it. What is the required PPE for cleanups? And if you're dealing with areas where there could be known infectious disease or drug use, so there could be needles, there could be glass, there could be fecal matter, there could be bodily excrements, secretions. What is the standard PPE for that?
So, I mean, all protocols. So doing any work in the parks, we're usually looking at closed-toed shoes. We have gloves almost all the times. We have safety glasses almost all the times. Anytime we're working around anything that could impact people's health. So, you know, is there specific things we use for these specific tasks? There is not. But all of the stuff is available for staff to use.
Right. So if someone wanted a full body covering, like we use in environmental areas where there could be environmental hazards or infectious disease hazards, they have that type of PPE available to them.
We do have that available because we use it for our chemical handling. So if we're working with a pesticide or herbicide, we have that equipment available to that staff.
But someone has to, so staff has to request it. It's not considered a standard.
Sure. Yeah. And that's, we lead by the staff. So if staff say, hey, I want better gloves than you guys are providing, we get better gloves. If we need a full face shield instead of glasses, we'll get a face shield. We're very proactive, and if staff say they need something, we go get it.
Talk to me about infectious disease protocol. So if someone comes in contact, like I used to work in a dental office, so I accidentally got pricked by one of the needles, and I had to go to the emergency room and go through complete protocol that was ready. So is that the same thing for any staff that is participating in these cleanups? Do we have that same infectious disease protocol?
Yeah, so we have that happen occasionally on just emptying trash barrels, that will pull a bag and somebody gets poked. So that's where it's just like a workman's comp thing. They go straight to safety protocols and head to the hospital and to be checked. So, it's unfortunately part of the work. When we pull a bag out, we don't know what's in that bag, so we try to keep it away from people or keep some type of safety materials on them. So
I know, I'm not sure who represented, I don't know if it was Derek, but I heard someone talk about neighborhood cleanups, and I know this has been a concern to me because I know we have folks in the community who have participated in cleanups. So when that occurs and there's a partnership with Parks and Rec, are we providing PPE?
we are. In fact, we did one just a couple of weeks over in North Lawrence along the river. So we had a large group of volunteers from the neighborhood. So in that instance, we bring gloves, we bring shovels, we bring rakes. We say, look, here, do this, but if you see anything that looks suspicious, just walk away from it. So and that happens. Yeah, we're walking right along with them. I was there. Our managers are there. Our supervisors are there. So we identify stuff and it's like, leave that. Don't go near that. You can pull this stuff into the pile with your rakes. So I think we do a pretty good job of safeguarding both our staff and the public when we do those type of cleanups.
Okay. And so does that liability fall on those volunteering, or does that fall on city in those cases?
No, I think it'd be on the city, and that's why we have staff there to organize and coordinate. So, you know, we came with a full set of gloves and said, here, anybody that doesn't have gloves, here's some gloves.
So we provide minimum PPE?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so I'm going to pivot back to cleanups. So these are individuals that when there's a cleanup, they're pausing their normal day-to-day tasks to do a cleanup, or is there someone coming in behind them to do their day-to-day tasks while they're doing the cleanup?
Well, honestly, this has become part of our day-to-day, just like cleaning park restrooms. So we do that every single day. Mm-hmm. It is a task, and it's not a desirable task, but when we started incorporating into our normal work days, we basically know ahead of time when those are coming, so we're going to clean on Wednesday. We let staff know. You know, that was part of the union negotiation that staff wanted a 24-hour notice. That's fine. We know ahead of time when we're going. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't agree with you as far as it's part of the day-to-day task. People choose to, people don't want to work around human feces if that's not a horticulturist doesn't want to work around human feces, or someone that does noxious weeds doesn't want to be around needles. Can they come across it from time to time? Maybe, but this is not work that is part of day-to-day tasks. So I hear what you're trying to say and rationalizing it. I just don't agree with that rationalization. But that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question along the line of safety too. So you've talked about several safety programs that they go through, hazardous and blood pathogens and so forth. Are these actually certified type programs where they get certification at the end that they've been certified and safety trained on how to work with these kind of products? It
is, and there's a website that we can go through certain protocols. And honestly, one of the parts of our negotiations is we need to ramp up our safety committee. So we've established a new safety committee in Parks and Rec. I know MSO already had a safety committee, but it's a group of both management staff and what would be union staff working together to define tasks that we want to work on training. So to say that every staff out there has been trained in all these areas, I don't know that that's accurate because we've had so much staff turnover. But what we need to do is get back to a regimented, let's do this once a year, every year to make sure we catch everybody. So, you know, the bloodborne pathogens, there is a certification on that. We do first aid training. We do all sorts of trainings.
So all these safety programs, are they actually written down and distributed to the staff as they're doing this work? Or all these safety programs have a protocol written down by the city?
I would say no.
Why not?
Could be. It needs to be.
Okay.
Yeah, and what negotiation has done for us is identify gaps that we maybe need to do a better job on management-wise.
Okay. Yeah, I guess based on my work experience in hazardous waste, when you said that we'll get them whatever they want, my experience has been in all these years of training on safety is that you tell them what they need based on the safety training they've had, and you say you have to wear this in order to meet the safety standards. So I don't think they should be telling us what they need. You should be telling them what they have to wear in order to meet the safety standard.
Sure.
So it's concerning when I hear you say that.
Okay. I mean, we do have, so the foresters, as an example, have things that they have to wear to do their jobs.
Yep.
Because they're working with chainsaws, they're in a bucket truck, they're 50 foot off the ground. So it's hats, helmets, chaps. So yeah, I'll take that criticism as an opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
No, it's
Did you guys want to say something? Did you want to say something? No? Somebody, yeah, right there behind.
I was just going to follow up
Okay.
on MSO side of this because we do have a few employees within this group. So we do provide very specific training that folks have to go through and sign off on, and we have a tracking system that we've deployed, and we've been sharing all that information with Parks and Rec as well. So we're very specific and very try to be very on top of what people are using when they're using it. So it's critical to me. Safety is, again, my number one priority for my team, and that's how we lead out every day and have started tailgate talks every day. Been going on over 6 months now since I've started here. It's going really well, and we're getting a lot of valuable feedback both directions, but we do follow protocol. So.
Thank you. My apologies for interrupting again. Campsite cleanup. The Group 6 employees are the employees who are hands-on doing this work, the brunt of this work. There is no doubt in that. And to them, it is not the same as cleaning bathrooms. That's why they've asked for a specific provision. It is different than their regular day-to-day tasks. And again, the fact finder agreed, stating that all indications of the work is quantitatively different than the other work. So the employees doing this work are telling you it's different. Fact finder agrees that it's different, and they are the ones hands-on. They're not delivering a dumpster. They're hands-on, the ones doing this work. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, any other questions before we open it up? Good. Okay, we'll open up for public comment at this time. Any public comment from the room? Not any public comment online?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Any thoughts?
You want to go in order?
No, whatever your order.
Let's.
Commissioner Sellers, you want to start?
What are we starting with?
Any discussion you want to have, or
Question.
yeah, any discussion?
Okay, well, I will kick us off for one with the campsite cleanup. I'm a little bit disappointed in the chaotic presentation of this, and I think a little bit of the dismissiveness of it as it relates to policy around something of this nature, and to attempt to condense it down to being cleaning up like a park. I understand that there is some inherent risk with park cleanup as well, but this takes on a different component. And there is trauma involved in this. It's trauma for the individual, and it's cleaning up the site. It's trauma for those who are losing their things. I worry. I'm glad that we have individuals in our community who want to go out and do cleanup sites and campsites. It also scares me because of the inherent risk that a simple pair of gloves and a mask and some closed-toe shoes is not going to help. I have never done a cleanup site of any campsite with tennis shoes. They want folks in steel-toe boots because of penetration of potential needles, glass, any type of materials. Simple gloves, garden gloves, are not going to. It's not going to cut it. There is disease in excrement, and you can come across that at any time, and you're dealing with individuals' belongings. I've been to sites where there's been booby traps, where booby traps have been made with human excrement. So imagine dealing with that. I mean, so we're not, this is not part of normal scope of work. This is hazard work. And I trying to backdoor it into one's current day-to-day job duties. I don't see that as that is that's disappointing to hear, and I'll just leave it at that. What I'm also concerned that I didn't get a very clear answer from is that if cleanups are done by districts, and there is a district that sees more cleanup sites or has more cleanup sites in another district, that puts them behind in their work. And if there's not a team coming behind them doing their day-to-day work while they're out here doing campsite cleanups, that's putting them behind. And then to try to justify it by saying that, oh, that's part of their daily work. It's not. We don't have a strong mechanism in place for even current workflow as it relates to doing these. And so to try to backdoor it into current workflow optimization and then say that's the justification for not wanting to properly compensate individuals for having to deal with this. And it is trauma. And I understand that people may think we're making light of that. Do a cleanup. I've done a couple. I can't do them. I cannot do them consistently because that is an impact. And so to ask staff to do that and then try to backdoor them into it and say it's part of their normal task when we know that it disproportionately impacts some districts, park and rec staff than others, I can't, that's not a good faith effort. And I'm a little disappointed, and that's the rationale that staff gave us today.
I want to agree in a way, but also frame it a little differently. If we put this in their job description, like if this is going to be a consistent expectation of their job, then we put that in their job description. That would be fair. I think what we would learn immediately is that we would now need to raise the salary for people to get them to do that job. And I think we kind of saw that with the winter shelters, is that I think we raised the amount we were offering to work in the winter shelters, and we found that even still very difficult. It's just, in the post-COVID world, this idea that you can get mission creep on anyone, I think in the current job sphere is Byzantine and out of date. So either you're going to put it in the job description and end up paying them more later just to get them hired, or we give them some kind of compensation for doing that job. Nobody's getting anything for free in a post-COVID world, as hard as it is.
I would concur. Just going off the fact finder and just inherently, this is work that people aren't used to doing. This is kind of a more recent occurrence, and the frequency that Mark alluded to of the cleanups, it is, I would say it's a little bit different than cleaning up a garbage can when, you're dealing with an area spread out, and as Commissioner Sellers said, danger is unknown. So honestly, I didn't feel real comfortable with, the PPE and training, and to kind of allude to the mayor, it's kind of, I almost want to curse and say it's half something, but, it's not really fleshed out. So I know there's an opportunity to go ahead and get fleshed out, but it's, what I've seen so far doesn't make me super comfortable.
Well, it seems like we're conflating a couple different issues here. The grievance item number 3 is, should they get an additional comp hour for this work? we've been spending a lot of time talking about safety protocols and other things. They've been working together on that. They have a new safety committee in place. They're continuing to work on that. I expect that those issues to continue to be worked on and resolved. And the safety committee should continue to work on that. We know we have a new policy on that. But I guess what I'm saying there is the Teamsters weren't asking for a new safety policy. The Teamsters weren't asking for additional PPE. Those things were talked about, negotiated, and we were making progress on. And I agree. It sounds like there was still a work in progress. And it certainly sounds like MSO has some policies in place that Parks and Rec might be adopting or working to adopt. I think those are being addressed, will be addressed, should be addressed, can be addressed. So then I guess we come back to the question of, do you give this additional comp time? And maybe this is a question for Megan. You made a statement that this isn't the same as compensatory time. I believe the Teamsters made the statement, well, this is just what you have now. We're just going to add it into the pot. Why do you see that as a difference?
Yeah, it's different because what's being proposed as compensation time for performing these tasks, those hours would be accrued regardless of whether or not the employees have worked overtime. Our compensatory time policy, those hours start accruing as overtime hours. So basically, if you're working in excess of 40 hours, for example. I believe it would require like a whole new administrative policy that we would need to work and put into place to activate that. And I believe that the fact finder also acknowledged that distinction between compensatory time, what we have in place already, and what the Teamsters are proposing for that additional compensation or leave.
And so that's how I understood it too. And I guess that leads to the question of what does it mean to be part of the park cleanup? I mean, does the person who brings the dumpster from MSO, are they part of the cleanup? They get compensatory time? Is it the person who is picking stuff up, the person running the skid loader? I guess I'm unclear on that. When I hear about 3, 4, Union 4, Union 5, and this union, as well as our non-union employees. So I guess I think everyone here, or not everyone here, everyone's brought up the concerns which I have, which is about making sure our people are safe. I think Parks and Rec cares about that. I think MSO cares about that. I think our management thinks about that. And I think we need to continue to work on that. But I think that those concerns, those issues are being worked on, but to me that's separate and distinct from whether or not we're giving them a compensatory hour. I guess I just don't want to conflate the two issues.
I can understand that. Megan, can you confirm so the compensatory policy, that's open to all staff?
Yes, that's a citywide policy. Yes, Commissioner? For hourly? Yeah, for hourly employees, yes.
And there are no Parks and Rec staff that are all Parks and Rec staff that have participated in cleanups, or are they hourly or are they salaried?
I would say they're primarily hourly. There might be some support by salaried employees. Yeah, Derek's saying that they're both salaried and hourly employees in Parks and Rec. But the positions covered by our groups, specifically by Group 6, would all be hourly.
Well, if we just go to the 3 issues which we're trying to discuss here, and I realize the safety got in it, but item 3 is a safety issue. So it's kind of hard to divide that up. But for all three items, I can tell you where I stand on item number 1 with the grievance policy. I would stand with the city side. I don't binding arbitration. I'm not in favor of that. Item number 2, I'm not in favor of offering additional compensation. And item number 3. Big thing there is I'm just worried about the safety on that one. As far as compensation goes, I'm open to discuss it, but I don't think a 1-for-1 or 1.5-for-1 that's way too much, I think.
I would agree if we're talking globally about all of them. The first one, I would lean towards the compromise that the city proposed. Essentially take it to a third party, and essentially if that was not agreeable, would take it to us. Then we would have to determine why our city manager made the decision he did throughout the process for it to get all the way back to us. So holding him accountable. So I would, so I would want that compromise. And the second one, I would fall along the lines of the fact finder as well. Where the city's placement was, it didn't seem like they were convinced as much on that one. And the third one, of course, I've been asking these questions about safety. I'm concerned about that. And to the mayor's point, I don't necessarily subscribe to the union's position or offer on that, but I would be willing to explore something else. So
We haven't talked as much about the second item, or anyway amongst ourselves, or we didn't ask very many questions about it. I am not totally convinced it's equitable. It does seem like we allowed ourselves to get into a situation where some people who maybe work in facilities were allowed to go home. They're still Parks and Rec, or not come in. They do hands-on work, so it isn't like they could call in. But still, there's people going out and shoveling and salting. So I do still see an issue there. I need some clarification, I guess, on why no one else sees that as an equity issue. And I gather that other cities do this. Topeka and Shawnee have a policy on that they have had for, I gather, quite a while. So I don't think that sounds particular. And to me, again, it's about and we've talked about this generally across the board about pay equity and parity among departments. So in a situation where some people are allowed to go home and they get paid, and some people keep working and they don't get, basically they're not getting paid to do nothing, how does that not create a situation?
Well, in part it goes.
Are you looking at?
Sorry, I was looking that way.
You were looking at. I know you were. I was like, I wanted to make sure you were. Were you directing it to
Just in general.
to your left, or to your right for the answer, or were you looking at the screen for me to answer that? Go right ahead, Commissioner Finkelstein.
I was going to say, well, in part the answer is that back to what you were talking about earlier about the job description, right? I mean, if your job description is to clean snow off of sidewalks and parking lots, and you're being compensated to clean sidewalks and parking lots, and so that's one issue, is it's already part of that. The second issue is, again, equity across the board. I mean, are we going to do that for police and fire and IT? Do they get paid extra to show up when City Hall closes? We haven't done that traditionally, and that's a very uncommon move. And so I guess that's,
Yeah, it's a slippery slope.
Yeah, well, I would
that's-
take that slippery slope, and I would trade you for not, people being hired. This is kind of the cleanup is sort of a golden rule thing for me. How would I feel if I was hired on to do a job, and then after I got the job, They told me, hey, there's this whole other level of this job, which is significant emotionally and physically, and we're not paying you anything extra for it. So I could have, for example, gotten a job in Group 4 if I wanted to work in solid waste and I knew I was always going to be around those things, and frankly, probably make more money if I did. But we're sneaking it in on Group 6.
Are we?
I feel like that's what we're doing, yes. This is mission creep as far as I'm concerned.
Interesting. But I guess I would say I'm not in favor of the binding arbitration and would side with the city on that. I also think I side with the city on the emergency closure, and I think the fact finder was in that same boat there. I don't think picking this group out to make that creates equity. I think on the homeless pay, like I said, I'm very much, I think everyone is, and I'm not implying that the city's not, the management is not. I'm concerned about the safety issue. But I think we're working to address that, and we continue to address that. I do know one of the compromises offered by the city was to include this new policy, safety policy, into the MOU and allow the safety committee to operate that, to amend that as time goes on without reopening the MOU. And again, I think addressing those safety issues. And again, remember though that some of these are MSO employees and some of these are Parks and Rec employees. And so, making sure we have uniform and consistent protections across both, and the way those safety works, I think is important too. So I think there's a lot of details that need to be worked out. And anyway, I support all those ongoing efforts. But the 1 hour of compensatory time for this work in this MOU, I don't think gets there. And I'm not even sure that, Commissioner Shipley, if that would make you feel better, that's, I mean, I don't disagree with you that, our job descriptions, should include that and all of that. But the 1 hour of compensatory time into our new proposal, I don't think gets us there.
What does? What would you support?
Well, all that stuff we said about the safety, I think. I mean, I do think we should put it in our job description. If that's going to be part of the job, it should be in our job description.
Yeah.
And so I think that's fair. I think, so I mean, I think that's outside of our kind of discussion tonight, but I think that's fair, and understanding that and what people are getting hired for. I mean, I think that's fair.
So speaking to that point, Commissioner Field, I have a question for Park and Rec staff. Do you know if you've, and this can be for Mark or Derek or whoever, do you know if there's been any attrition in Parks and Rec predicated on the work of these campsite cleanups?
We haven't had anybody resign stating that's the reason they're leaving. So
it hasn't been stated in any exit interviews or exit surveys?
No.
Okay.
Do we have it in the job description? I guess we'll ask you that since you're up here.
I would say that's not specifically listed in the job description on the list of tasks. Like I said, this is a fairly recent ad in the last 3 years where this has become a fairly significant task in the list of tasks that we do. And it's a very wide range of tasks, honestly, because this can range anywhere from building maintenance is in the same job class as park maintenance, as golf course maintenance, as aquatic maintenance. So to have one job description that covers all is pretty all-encompassing.
And I believe Mark.
So you have.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner.
So real quick.
Oh, yeah.
So something that Mark said. So this is a generalized job description for all of these different tasks. and you're wanting to couch it under this broad job description?
Parks and facility maintenance technician is the primary job description. Then there's a senior level. And then we have horticulture and foresters. So most of the staff, the park staff, are the park and facility maintenance technicians.
And I think, kind of referring to earlier discussion, the campsite cleanups that are happening are in parks, correct? And so,
Primarily.
you know, I believe that in a job description for these positions, park cleanup or maintenance would be included in that, and that's what we're saying, campsite cleanup is within that scope.
Correct. But we have the capability to pull building staff out too if we need additional labor. So that's why we use that general job description, because we may need to move people between job tasks, depending on what we're doing.
Within Parks and Rec, but we've also pulled other department staff, as has been stated tonight. So we pulled MSO folks as well.
Right. Yeah.
To do these as well.
So initially what we talked about, most of these sites are in parks. There's some that happen on right-of-way. So there's, areas like under a bridge or someplace like that MSO takes more of a lead on that than the park staff do. So that's a little.
But we've had to use other department staff for cleanups that are in parks.
Correct. Yeah, especially if we go, try to work on a bigger campsite, then we'll pull additional staff in, we'll get dumpsters in, we'll do whatever's needed.
Any other discussion?
Are we going through these individually, or how are we voting on these?
Yeah, just Commissioner Finkel has indicated where he stands. I have, if you want to go ahead and talk about each of those three items, that's fine.
Okay. I am in support of binding arbitration. I think as we look at alternatives, I think it goes back down to, it boils down to a bias piece. I don't see anything in regards to the authority of the commission being taken away in binding arbitration. So I think there's some hypotheticals with that, but I mean, we've utilized a form of binding arbitration here within our community. We've seen it in other communities. I've experienced it. I have no qualms with binding arbitration. The second, in regards to emergency, I think from a global perspective, we need to look at just our policy on that. And I think as we're seeing it, I think there was the point that Commissioner Shipley made that nothing's free in a post-pandemic society. And I think how we look at what's deemed essential, non-essential job description within your description and hazard, I'm not sure we can continue to hang our hats on saying because it's part of one's job description or it's part of their work that that doesn't deem some type of compensation for it. And then in regards to the campsite cleanup, I think there's there was the talk of conflating the two, and I don't want to conflate the two. I want to say that there's a correlation between the two. And as we're looking at trying to backdoor into a very already broad job description, another layer of a task that should be treated as specialized because it is specialized. It takes a specialized person to do homeless outreach. It takes a specialized person to be a nurse. It takes a specialized person to be an engineer. I don't know if you'd want an engineer doing a campsite cleanup. I don't know if you'd want, a nurse doing right-of-ways discussion. So the idea that, yes, because of the safety component in this, I do believe there needs to be a compensatory aspect to it. Does that open up other discussions around safety and global safety? Yes. And I think this is bringing that to our attention to have that discussion. And I want there to continue to be discussion on this. I don't think we have to pause it and say that because of the safety piece, that there's no compensation piece to it because of the level of work that's being asked. And I don't think based on a general job description that anyone it should not be put in there that they're essentially mandated to do this work when there's no amount of training or specialization that can prepare someone for this. And I think we have to ask ourselves that question. I mean, there might be some of us who are well-intended that would want to do this work, but you're not going to want to do it. And so to say that this is now a responsibility or a job required by staff to do, and that we're going to give them training, and that they should be, if they're going to be mandated to do it, essentially, they need to be compensated for it, because this is a different level of work. It takes a different type of individual and processing to do it. I liken it to any job that has hazard pay. And I had hazard pay as a para, and that was working with middle school kids, which you should have hazard pay working with middle school children. But this is dealing with something a little bit more that deals with the health and safety of an individual. And these individuals have families, they have partners, they have spouses, and this is taking on a whole nother level that, yes, the safety piece needs to be addressed as well as the compensation piece. So I have no problem with the compensation on 3.
Okay, anybody else?
Already said my
Yeah, okay.
Courtney, I think I heard you say on 2 and 3, but I don't know what I heard you say. I was tallying votes up here on arbitration.
I didn't say anything about arbitration.
Okay.
I also don't have a problem with it. You know, if memory serves, you do it as part of your job, so it must have a great deal of value for you to do it. So, and it clearly is being used by other cities. I would hate for us to ever be in a situation that we were in before that created so much animosity between the firefighters and city management. It seems completely unnecessary and unavoidable.
So on binding arbitration,
I'm absolutely fine with it.
you're okay with it? Okay. In number 2 and 3?
Yes, I was trying to make the case for 2, but I am clearly overruled. And 3, yes, they should either have some different, as the fact finder found, a different pay scale for those specific duties, or pay them the extra hour for asking them to do something that's not part of their job.
Okay.
So we have 2 folks in favor of binding arbitration, 2 against binding arbitration, and against arbitration, and Bart as do the police route and do non-binding arbitration.
Yeah.
Which is just,
So,
bring in that third
Yeah.
party.
and that's what the police have, non-binding arbitration?
Megan, can you speak to that?
Yes, it's in the contract for group grievance processes. It is Zach's, I think, pulling it. It's essentially non-binding arbitration. So if deemed necessary, after the city manager step, bringing in a third party. Oh, thank you.
Advisory hearing officer.
So they call it an advisory hearing officer, and it's in step 3, if the LPOA is not satisfied with the decision of the city manager, they can bring in that what they call an arbitrator, but then it's essentially an advisory hearing, and that officer provides a report, which then goes back to the city manager, who then would make the final and binding decision on all parties, using that report from that hearing officer as part of the decision.
Okay. Yeah, that would be a compromise.
It would.
Did you want to say something?
I did, and I believe Mr. Littlejohn had mentioned earlier that if it went from the city manager to a non-binding arbitration process, then from that step, it should go to the commission. To go to an arbitration, non-binding arbitration process, to back to the person who previously ruled against you, and frankly is illogical. It should then, if there's going to be a compromise position, I'm just reading the tea leaves here like everybody else, then that non-binding arbitration decision should go to the commission.
You're correct, sir.
Thank you.
Do we get
What
that?
does Courtney and Amber, Mr. Shipley?
You're about to outvote us anyway,
Well, not if you
as I understand
wanted to
here.
come back to the commission,
Oh, yeah, if you're creating that scenario, there needs to be an appeal to the commission at the end.
Yeah, I think that.
Because we just read
But
a third party which was lovely, but also did not solve all of our issues. So we're bound to be in that position again.
Yeah, I think that flow chart's good.
the police one does not have that.
Hang on a second.
The police does not have that where it comes back to the commission, does it? It comes back to the city commission.
Please note, the firefighters do have a binding arbitration.
Yes,
Well, we know that.
yes.
To respond to the question about the police MOU, that's right. It goes to the city manager for the final determination. After
So-
that hearing is held with that advisory officer.
So just stating the obvious, if we decide to go with one that comes back to us, we would then have two MOUs that have no arbitration at all. One MOU that has non-binding arbitration that goes back to the city manager, one with non-binding arbitration that comes to us, and one with binding arbitration. Someone keep track of all that. I mean, that's an interesting deal. Okay.
So which way would you prefer to go?
Well, I'm getting outvoted in the way I prefer to go, which is to keep it the way it is. I mean, that's where I would go.
I mean, that's where,
But if we have two for binding arbitration, and it sounds like Commissioner, Vice Mayor Littlejohn is for the police one, but coming to us. The question is, where would you get 3 votes? Would you?
do you,
What's the,
I'm not,
are you set on that?
what?
Having non-binding arbitration?
Yeah, I think it's the best
Okay.
compromise, yeah. What would be the holdup on your part?
I'd rather keep it as, I mean, we've had this provision in the police policy for a long time, and we haven't had any problems with it, and having it come to us is the addition you're wanting to add. So, I mean, I would, if we were going with non-binding arbitration, I would stick with the one we have with the police to keep us consistent across the board.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you're going with binding arbitration, you want it to look like what the firefighters are. I don't support that. And so, but I would, rather than create a third policy, I would stick with what we have in the police one, if that's the way you're going. That's my holdup with it. But again, I'm in the minority at the moment, so I guess.
I think I would be fine with that, sticking with just not having so many different routes that we're doing this. Stick with the way the police are doing it.
so Mayor, what is it that you like that the police process over
Well, the police
what the
process.
firefighters have?
Well, the firefighters, it's a binding, whereas the police, it's a non-binding, and it stops, again, it goes, once the decision's been made, then it just stops at the city manager's office at that point. It doesn't come to us. What Vice Mayor was talking about was it's coming back to us, which creates 3 different types of scenarios for our various organizations. So I'm fine with doing it if we keep it, with the, if we can get Commissioner Finkeldine to agree to use the police method, then we would have enough votes to do that. Is that what you're?
Who would agree with the?
Huh?
No one else is agreeing to the police method, except, no,
Right.
he doesn't want the police method. He wants the police method plus it comes to us.
That's true. Yeah.
So that doesn't get us there. Now, let me ask this question just so I don't confuse myself too much. This is going to come back to to a different commission, right?
The final MOU will, yes. There's still quite a bit of process. The union needs to ratify. Well, I mean, first of all, we need to reach the final, tentative agreement on these issues. Union needs to ratify, and then we'll bring the final MOU back to the city commission.
So maybe this is a question for Tony or somebody. I mean, what if we reach an agreement, send you back, and our new commissioner votes differently on the final MOU? I assume that is possible?
It is possible.
You could also change your votes.
Well, true, we could change our votes too, between now and then.
So I'm fine with going, if we want to use the police methodology. My preference would be just to go with what the city wants. And that's not the binding arbitration. But I could compromise with that.
And with the police model, where does it go after the third party again? It goes back to you?
City manager.
And after it goes back to you, does it just go in the ether and comes back to us as a city manager's report or something like that?
So looking at the LPOA process, the written determination is made by the city manager. It's final and binding on all parties. And then it says, if after receipt of the city manager's determination, the parties, so the city and the LPOA in this case, if they agree that a modification or clarification to the MOU is appropriate, they would follow the procedures laid out in the MOU. So there are procedures for letters of understanding or amendments. So the parties could determine after the city manager's decision that, hey, we need to clarify this. So this doesn't, to clear the air, to make sure try to make sure this kind of disagreement doesn't happen again. So that would be the next step if deemed necessary by both parties.
And that would come to us?
It kind of depends on what route we would take to clarify the MOU. An amendment to the MOU, yes, would come to the commission. A commission needs to approve an amendment. If it's kind of a small clarification matter and it qualifies for something called a letter of understanding, that's something that the two parties can agree upon without going to commission. And that tends to be more for truly clarifications, things that are not as substantial as what an amendment would require.
But if they couldn't agree on it, then what happens?
If the two parties could not agree, say if one party says we need to clarify the MOU and the other says no, we don't need to, we're good with this written determination, there's nothing spelled out in the MOU language that enumerates that, outlines that. Both parties would need to agree to take those steps.
Or district court.
Yeah, there's, of course, the court process could be employed.
The process in the police contract goes back to the decision maker, the initial decision maker. It is final and binding. You are then, if there's going to be a modification of the agreement, you are now subject to the whim of the individual who issued a final and binding decision. So you're going back to a final binding decision to the person who's already ruled against you twice. That is not a fair and equitable process. Think about that in our justice system. If you allowed twice the same, it is not a fair and equitable process. So a more fair process is to go to the party who has not already rendered a decision in it. That's all. Thank you.
So what do we think? Any movement, Brad or Art?
Well,
Commissioners?
if I move to the police one, that still doesn't move us anywhere. Because if Nesbalt moves or Amber or Courtney move. So just so I'm clear on the process from here, we're going to give you direction, and based upon the clarity we give you tonight, you're going to go back and negotiate some language to bring back to us?
Correct.
Right.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
One of our proposals did have it go to the city commission. We've proposed that, well, like Commissioner Littlejohn's saying, we did propose that, so we would be good with that from the Teamster perspective. That was a proposal, and the city, we thought we were close with the city on that, and then the very next day, the city said that's not something they're willing to do. Just for a little context from the table.
Megan, can you speak, or somebody speak to as to why?
To clarify, that was an intermediary proposal. That wasn't our final proposal, and it included a hearing in front of the commission. That was something that we had discussed but never wanted to pursue. So this is something where the final offer that the city made, where would be a report coming back to the commission that is confidential. That is the only thing that was contemplated by the city.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't want to accept their offer on bringing it back to the commission?
That was not on the table as far as the city understood. The Teamsters' only demand was binding arbitration.
Okay, hang on. Okay. Matt, come on up and say that. Come on up and say it.
That's not true. We spoke with the city, and Mike can help. He was our lead negotiator. We told them we were open to that. And then the very next day, we met in City Hall, 4th floor. They said there was no way they're bringing it to the commission.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Mike.
we talked about many different things, Commission. You know, law school, having a setting arbitrator, which we have in different places. We've talked about many different things, but this is one thing we talked about at the table.
Okay. Right.
That it comes back to the commission.
Okay.
We're fine with that.
Could you come on up? So is that something the city was willing to accept if that was been part of the offer?
The city was willing to accept and offered. The city offered. This wasn't something that the Teamsters offered. The city offered that if the employee organization is not satisfied with the final written decision, it may request such decision be submitted in a confidential report to the city commission. Upon review, the commission may order any alteration in policy to be retroactive to the case grieved. And that's what Megan spoke about earlier in the presentation as well, where that was a compromise that the city had offered.
Okay. Thank you. Heck. What do I do, Bart?
How about that, Commissioner Leisure? Well,
That gets me closer. I mean, I'm not to the binding arbitration side, but it does.
well, if you would support that,
Yeah.
Commissioner Lawson support that, I'd support that to get us to 3 and move on.
You'd support that to get us to 3 and move on?
Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
And are you
What
planning
they
to vote
read
on
wasn't
each one of
what we were
these?
saying. Can I speak real quick? What they're saying is they can just.
Matt, come up.
sorry.
Speak up here.
What he's saying is they can just change policy. They're not saying they can rule on it. Am I not correct on that, Zach, what you just read? You can change policies, but you can't make a ruling on the grievance or the issue, is what he just said. So it's not quite. Is that correct, Zach?
That's correct. It is a change in policy, but it could be retroactive to the case grieved. So it could address the issue that was brought before the commission.
Okay.
So it could change it after the fact, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
But it wouldn't rule.
Matt, please don't interrupt the speaker. If you want to talk, come on up, but please don't interrupt. Okay.
No, it wouldn't. Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't rule on the grievance, but we could make that change afterwards.
Does that work for you? Just a minute.
Well, if I can get Commissioner Finkelstein to inch a little bit more towards my way, out of his hidey hole.
What'd you want to say?
That's some work.
Grievance is an interpretation of the contract, not a change in policy. The union believes it is imperative that you introduce a neutral, make it non-binding, and then go to the commission for the final binding decision.
Yep.
But having a neutral party hear the grievance is imperative in the process. Thank you.
So Bart, where you at? How about you? You still there? Did you go for that?
In this, what he just suggested, the non-binding, that would be the fact finder. Just like the facts that we just read.
It would be a confidential report back to the commission.
And then we would go in an executive session. And then no one would ever know what we said.
But we could address policy going forward.
Grievance or policy?
Well, policy is what
Right.
Zach said, policy. That would be based on whatever the grievance was. What do you think?
So we're making a decision based on a third party. So it's potato.
Well, right now, what happened is it ended up with us. And what they're suggesting, if I understand correctly now, is there'd be a third party, it would go to the city manager. We might hear about it, but we would never out in the
Right.
public say what we thought or what our ruling was. We would have ultimately no accountability.
No accountability.
Well, if the policy changed, that would be something that would be out in the public if there was a policy change.
Just for
Could have policy change.
for a contribution. If you had this non-binding arbitrator's report, which I disagreed with in some way, you direct me. We will not be off base if you're receiving the same information and you direct something else for a policy change that would rectify whatever the impasse was if you disagreed with the way I handled it.
Correct.
Just trying to put kind of clarity of magnitude of what you're talking about. You're in a pretty narrow range and you direct the city manager.
All right, that's good with me.
That works for you?
If that's good with you, that's good with you.
Yep. So we have 3 on that. Are we clear? Got that one? Okay. Number 2. We've
I
got,
had counted 3 to 2 not to do anything on that.
What did
What-
you vote on? I'm sorry, can we ask? What
Yeah.
you voted on? We don't understand. We're not clear.
okay. So what we voted on, or what we decided, was that would be the non-binding arbitration goes to the city, or a third party comes in and talks it through, makes a recommendation, and then that goes back to the city manager as well as the commission and private. Is that right?
And so my understanding was that what you were discussing was what the city had offered, and like I described, the city had offered at one point in the process, and we've described a couple times. So Mayor, when you mentioned that it would go to the commission, that would be the final step in that third step, and it would go to the commission if the employee organization is not satisfied with that final written decision from the city manager. Just to clarify that
just
piece.
walk us through the scenario from start to end.
For step 1, 2, and 3, or just step 3?
Like what
we're adding?
just item number 1, which is, yeah.
Okay, so so in step 2, the city manager will make the final determination, and then it would end, and we could, as it stands now, we could the 2 parties could agree to clarify the MOU with using the proper procedures. Then now, moving on to step 3, and this would be new procedure for this MOU. If the employee organization was not satisfied with that final decision, the 2 parties would work together to bring in essentially a fact finder who would conduct a hearing. Both parties would submit evidence, probably similar to how our fact-finding hearing for the impasse process worked. The employee group and the city would share the cost of that fact-finding process. Then the fact finder would submit to both parties a written advisory decision. the city manager, to the city manager within 7 days of when the hearing took place. Then the city manager would receive that advisory decision and issue a final written decision to the employee organization within 7 days. Then finally, if after receiving that determination, the two parties agree that a modification to the MOU is appropriate, we would go through the proper procedure for that, either an amendment or a letter of understanding. And then finally, if the employee organization is not satisfied with that final written decision, it can request that it be confidentially shared in a report with the commission. The commission can review that and can order alteration in policy, and it would be retroactive to the case grieved.
Oh, it would be retroactive.
And the commission shall hold no hearing involving the grievance.
Got it. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah.
Brad? Commissioner?
Here's the 3.
Yeah, that's 3. So again, that's item number 1. We're clear on that now? Item number 2, which was the,
I think
we had that.
Vote not
yeah.
to change that.
Yeah, we had a 3-2. And item number 3, the cleanups. We got
We
it.
were in a similar situation. I think we had 2 that said no additional compensation, 2 that said they should get the additional compensation, and Commissioner Littlejohn, who said somewhere in the middle.
Well, I think I said that I would be open to discussing additional, not the 1-for-1 that they were wanting, or the 1.5-for-1, whatever, but I could see a pay differential being proposed. I don't know if I want to propose one tonight, but I would want that to be discussed, a pay differential for those specific projects. For those who are actually working in the field, I mean, that's where I'm interested.
And I guess there seems to be a disagreement between the Teamsters and our staff about whether or not it can just be added to the compensatory process, or if it has to be a separate process. I think that needs to be explored to figure out if someone's thinking about that differently somehow.
Yeah.
And if there's a way to fix that.
Yeah, if I may, I think if we want to give additional compensation for those duties, we just like to get something that's easy for us to administer and do accurately, not an entire new system that works under only one contract. We've got other agreements where their specialty pay has been addressed in those other agreements, so we can figure this out if that's the decision. I think we can figure.
That's what I'm comfortable with that.
Teamsters are open to additional compensation in some form to be worked on.
I'll walk off just, yes, we're interested in that.
Okay. So we have the 3 issues. Are we good on that? Do we need to actually take a vote, Sherry, or? Go ahead.
If I could help.
Yeah.
The resolution is silent on whether you need to take a vote. You made a decision, and ultimately it'll be up to the commission to approve the contract when it is finalized. So I would say it's at your discretion to take a vote now, but you will take one later.
Okay. I'm open to just having staff come back with what they come up with the union, and then we'll go from there. Is everybody okay with that? We're good?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, both parties. These are always interesting. I appreciate your time and your discussion.
I think we can make it in 3 minutes.
Commission items? None?
I did want to add, the item we were talking about earlier, when we were talking about the transient guest tax and what we might do with that, I want to add another thing to that. I appreciate that you guys will be dealing with that, however, in the budget season, but I think it would be nice to know how that plays out. So at some point, a report when you get closer to the budget season that explains to the public what happened. And then kind of in that same vein, something you and I talked about 4 years ago and still never happened was what we should do with the neighborhood monies and how to distribute them more equitably. And that's in the similar kind of budgetary it was generally deemed to be a small amount of money and just
Yeah.
being given to the same neighborhoods, but
Yeah, that was,
Gotcha.
that's an old discussion. Who remembers it?
just want to throw that back at you.
Thank you for remembering. It's been a while.
Oh, I'm going to remember all kinds of stuff on the other side of that line.
Any other commission items? Commissioner Sellers, I thought you had something earlier. No, not tonight.
Oh, I have quite a few, but in the interest of time, they can wait for another day.
All right, we got 1 minute.
I was just going to say two things real quick. One, we passed it on consent, the new temporary permit process for recreations.
Yes.
Huge deal.
It's huge,
Good
yes.
deal.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Big deal. And free bus service going into next year. Good deal. Thank you.
Quickly, the city manager's report.
There are 5 items on there. The economic development plan is just an update, tell you some progress of our partners that we wanted to recognize. The climate action adaptation plan that the county has been working on, just getting that in front of you and making sure that you see that draft and the work that's going on there. The other 3 are types of things you usually see.
Any questions for Craig on this from the commissioners? Nope. If not,
I do. I have a question in regards to the economic development report. So in reviewing it, there were a couple of our partners that identified progress indicator PES6, which is median household income by race and total, race to total Lawrence median income. So median income by race as it relates to the total Lawrence median income. We don't have a data point for that. I noticed that several of them referenced the strategies. However, in their explanation, it seemed like they were repeating the strategy, but didn't really show where that strategy was identified in their notes and their justification or in their progress status. So I find that to be a little bit disingenuous. You can say, and the one they were utilizing was insured.
oh, she froze.
But if we have no metric on it, it's a little bit of lip service to me. So I did have concerns that we had several partners that identified PES indicator number 6, but yet had no data to support that in any of their rationale or documentation. There were some other concerns I had with this. Yeah, I'm going to be nice because it's 1 after 11, but there were a lot of concerns I had with this report, like I had with the original report that we received earlier in the year. And there's going to need to be more discussion about this moving forward.
Any other questions for Craig? If not, we'll open it for public discussion. Nobody's here in the room. Online, is there any?
No, Mayor.
Nope. Bring it back to the commission. We're done with that item.
And it's after 11, so you all, if you don't have additional conversation, will need to adjourn. You can't discuss
Okay,
it
let's adjourn.
unless you want to extend it.
Calendar, nothing, that's adjourned.
Just adjourn. First,
Second.
all in favor, aye.
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 Passes 4-0. I didn't catch.
All right.